My mouse is very laggy. Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hold on, I'm just restarting Dota real quick. Hello, welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Vinit, hello Ditya, hello Wrecker, hello Catastrophe. Hello Andre, welcome guys. Hello Pokit. Long time no see. I'm doing alright man, how are you? You watch my streams, but you don't type a lot? God damn it! Come on, man. You gotta contribute your comments, alright? Pay me back with comments. How's that? Just joking, man. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. Nah, I get it. Sometimes I just don't feel like talking. You know, just sit back, watch some Dota, and take it easy. Space out. Happy Diwali, Aniket. Why aren't I playing on my main account? Today I'm going to be doing some party games. And we're gonna be doing some silly stuff, so that's why I don't want to be playing on my main account. You know, I want to take it easy, you know. I feel like there's input lag. Lulu, you're not a shitty player, okay? Feels like I have VSync on, but I don't. VSync made it feels like it's faster VSync. What? It's just fucking odd.
I step ashore. Of course.
Prepare for
I'll
battle.
drag your bleeding head along.
I don't have hockey for this hero.
Full sail ahead. Conquer is my name.
Game will start soon, guys.
My ship has come in.
Alright, what kind of heroes do you guys want to see?
Conquer. by your compass. Aye,
Prepare for battle.
yes. As you wish. A rising tide. Attack! Set my jib. So you say.
Hi, snail poop.
This'll trim your sails. Fair enough. I go. Batten the hatches. A new course. I change tacks.
Just a moment, friends. Game will start soon.
I'll drag your bleeding head aloft. It's not time. No room to swing a cat in this crowd. Full sail ahead. Step lively now.
How's Diwali going, Indians? Heard a lot of the Indians on my Discord just start spamming Diwali last 24 hours. And how often does Diwali happen? Because I could have sworn it happened less than a year ago. Is that like more than once a year kind of a thing? You hitting creeps is oddly kind of nice to look at. Happens every year? Once a year? Fuck, time passes by fast, because I could have sworn that it was like 6 months ago, less than 6 months ago, that people were talking about Diwali. And here we are again, talking about Diwali. Shit, man. Time passes by fast.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck, that was fast. Anyways, we're gonna queue for a game real soon.
I step ashore.
Actually, what's the hardest hero in the game to last hit with
Batten the hatches.
besides Techies? Techies is just ridiculous. Once a year, Prakash. Once a year. I hope I'm Lear some support things here. Vegas, have you just tried watching my support video? I'm okay. Hello, Malik Hewitt Ward. That your legit full name? Lena's pretty hard to last hit with.
Let's get a fire going. Like a wildfire.
Prepare
That's your full
for
name.
battle.
Quick, screenshot his whole name and stalk him. He lives somewhere on planet Earth.
Time to hotfoot it.
Actually, Lena's right click damage is so high at 51 to 63.
Helter Swelter. Quick.
Techies is super fun, dude.
Oh, that's hot. Burn 'em up. I'm going.
Morty.
Burn 'em all.
Hello, only 28 people? Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what you want me to say. No, there's some hidden people. We started the stream 10 minutes ago.
Blazes. To battle. Light 'em up.
Fuck, which one do I go for?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Guys, is it me or do Filipino people, when they speak English, they have like this really excited way of speaking English? Like, they just have a very excited accent, is from what I've seen. Or maybe it's just their personality as people.
Heat wave.
I've noticed that with almost all my Filipino friends, or every time I
Yes.
hear a Filipino person speak. Okay,
Yes.
okay. Oh, you changed it.
My ship has come in.
It's okay. We have your real name on VOD. Yeah. So Snail Poop, did you want to join this party? Enthusiasm runs in the blood of Filipinos. I think that makes a lot of sense. It might be partially because of their accent, but yeah, they just sound really enthusiastic. They sound like they would make a great party. You know what I mean? Yeah, it just sounds enthusiastic, man. Which is like the opposite of certain accents, right? Like the German accent. Now, is it the German people, or is it the accent, or is it both? Yo, Daddy, just playing some notes. Yeah, Snail Pit will be playing parties for a while, so yeah, come join us.
Worth my
Lena
salt
here.
and more.
You don't know any Germans? Tell you what. German accent speaking English. Alright, let's hope we don't get a copyright notification.
Hello, I'm Gareth Jamieson. I'm an actor and a voice coach from www.
Blah blah blah.
Why is the voice like wine? But now it's
yeah.
why is the voice like vine?
Why is the voice like
Why
vine?
is the voice like vine?
Why is the voice like vine?
On the word the in
The.
voice, the th sound has changed to a z. In fact,
TH
it's
sounds to Z.
very hard for German speakers to change the th sound to a z or an s. This is because there is no th sound in German, so they get the best that suits
That guy is almost bald.
So
You see how not excited this sounds?
thank you so much for this.
Anyways, I put the music in the background so I don't get a copyright notification, okay? You two fucking bots just sweep the video's audio. yeah. Hey, what you got there, Snow Poop? Oh, it's a South Park link, is it? Germans do sound quite happy when they speak English. It's significantly much more cheerful than Germans speaking German. I can see that. But does it sound happier compared to other non-native English speakers? Like, let's say, you know, like an African or some other Asians. You know what I mean? Snow Poop. So I played this video just now because I guess it's kind of unpopular. Oh wait. Oh. Okay, maybe it's not unpopular, but I'm not gonna play your video because it's straight up from South Park, and yeah, it's we don't want copyright notifications. Damn, this queue's actually taking a while. I'm surprised. Cartman does not sound happy when he does it. When Cartman makes the German accent, he doesn't sound happy. But isn't Cartman by default just angry? I haven't seen the video, but does he just sound angry in the video? Alright, I will also check Discord. Alright, Lulu-chan's dog, guys. Tina in a sweater. Oh dear. Is today time savings? I don't know. You tell me. Oh man. Oh Jesus. Oh, there's another picture coming. Everyone share your doggo pictures. Wow. Is my internet slow or some shit? I can't see it. I'm gonna click on it anyways. I see nothing. Oh my. Wait a minute. Johnny, is that your dog? Or a dog that you know? She's not very happy about her sweater. Jennifer's dog. Oh no, boo-hoo. Keeps you warm, doggy. You know nothing. No balls? What do you mean no balls? The dog has no balls?
Your turn to bow.
Are you saying that the dog has no testicles? As in, the dog should be having testicles? Both dogs are females?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
This guy was in our game yesterday. Yeah, honestly, how do you even ask that question? No balls. Like, do you just assume the dog's gender? And you the first thing you see when you see a dog is you look for their balls? Isn't that a little odd?
Seconds remaining.
Good.
Hello, friends.
Hey.
Your turn
Test.
to pick.
Actually, I was about to tell you, Johnny, you should play Fudge. We got wrecked yesterday by Fudge.
Johnny's got the most OP hero in the game right now. Oh,
Something Pudge is useless hero something.
I know, right?
5 seconds. seconds remaining.
I can't believe a level 6 Pudge can just walk up to a full HP Legion Commander
Your turn to pick.
surrounded by creeps and just fucking right click and ult. It's so bullshit.
10
My
seconds
rat protection is on
Plus a
Discord.
70% win rate with
Does that
the
mean
zero.
there's a cat on Discord? Snail poop?
5
I'll check it out later.
seconds
Okay, remind me.
remaining.
Oh god, I gotta think about what I want to play.
Yeah, me too. Alright, I'll just fucking, I don't know.
I will also fucking, I don't know. Oh, no random button. Fuck.
Yeah, I wanted a random. I'm like,
Yeah.
alright. On the old though, you could just spin instead of random. That works.
Yo, we need a hard carry.
Johnny, are you going to mid?
I can.
Hi, BJ.
Oh, we have a Quap. I mean, what's her name? What's her face? Not Quap. The other witch bitch.
Death Prophet.
Her.
He's asking if you're going to mid or not. Or if you want him to go mid.
I don't know his ranking.
Dazzle, Pudge, do you guys want to be chorus? Or what is your intended position?
I don't fucking know.
Against
Okay.
Lena, okay, I'm totally mid. I can do this.
Okay, I will play safely and carry.
10 seconds remaining.
What is fun safely and carry?
5 seconds remaining.
Sven? No, I don't think Sven.
Thanks,
Okay.
Lulu.
Play some tiny.
Welcome.
My fucking Dora just crashed.
God damn it.
Shall we pause for you?
Nah, I don't care.
But
I
there's
just reload.
18
You still
seconds.
got 15 seconds anyway.
Yeah.
What monitor am I using, Chris? All my equipment is in description of stream.
They don't really have much of a hard carry either. Ooh, look at that record, 16-4. Beautiful.
So, how many Midases are you buying this game?
All of
6.
them.
Will break their bones.
Alright.
I mean, I start off with 2.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, is that how Pudge does
Rolling
his
stone, my
Yes.
friend.
OP? Okay, alright.
This one is in the bag.
And then refresher.
Chris, do you understand what I said, buddy?
I find
And,
Octarine better than Refresher.
Spell steal the Summon Spirit Bearer from Lone Druid using Pudge's spell steal ability
Yep.
Get 'em.
and his hacks to enable Summon Spirit Bearer.
You asking me
Easy.
if it's in a bag? I ain't the bloody bag.
Hi, Ronald.
Pudge
30
mid is so
seconds
OP.
to battle.
I'm gonna start off with more regeneration than Nyx, who has like 6.
You got it. Rolling first blood.
No.
First blood.
Tiny coming in. Of course.
Wait, did that prophet just get a first blood?
Yes.
No.
I thought we got it.
Lena got first.
They got it.
I gather no loss.
Can you stand over here, please?
Fucking Rubik, damn it.
Stand right there, please, Lulu.
Okay.
Going. Denied. No hard feelings. Crush them. Sure.
Down a bit, thanks. Can you just stand at the spot? Like, just stop moving, okay? Just stand where I tell you.
Your top tower is under attack.
Rolling out. Going. Rock on. Attack. My favorite one.
Stand right here, please. Cash it, thanks.
Dirty tosser.
Push it.
For the quarry.
Gotta-
Rolling. You
Get back, please. Go pull, please.
hard currency. Of course. Yes. Right away.
Ooh, it's missing.
I gather no It's hard to be this good. Tiny, coming in. You got it. You haven't got the stone.
Stand right there, please. Right below the tower. Don't move. Just stand right there, please. Thanks.
I gather no
Stand over here, please.
I'll gather.
Oh shit. Cast on Nyx, please.
Right, that cuts no ice with me. We've a quarry to settle. Stone. Rock on.
I need courier, real quick.
Go ahead.
Of course.
Thanks, Mark Anthony.
Rock'em Socko. A rolling stone. You got it. Rolling out. Forward. Yes. Going. Tiny, coming in.
Grab runes, please. Runes.
You got it.
You can take it first. I don't need the courier.
Keep running. Grab the runes.
For the day.
No, I don't need it. You take just the wand. And I'm not taking any damage.
You haven't got the stone.
Do I do a coaching raid? Yeah, I do. You want some coaching, bud?
We've a quarry to settle. Going.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rock'em Socko. I just mantle. Rolling out. Sure. Rock on. No hard feelings. Hard luck.
Wow, my fucking hotkeys were messed up. That's why.
Stand right there, please. Stand right there, please.
I'll get 'em. Yes. Lots of blood. Of course.
That was easy.
Want to pull?
No, just stand right here, please. Just stand there. Don't move. Just don't do anything. Just stand right there. Cast on Nyx.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rubik's missing. Okay.
Thanks.
Here's a carbon. No go for you. Right away.
Is Rubik the core?
Yes. He's mid. Go into Selena.
Rolling out. Get 'em.
Okay, well.
Stand right there, please. Right here, okay? Stand there, please.
Yep.
Cast on Rubik.
Man, I wanted that Rubik.
Going.
Hey, Rajesh, I'm good. How are you, man?
I need cash.
Happy Diwali, Dad.
Head for the quarry. Yeah. Rolling stone.
Stand right there, please.
Sure. Rock on. Crush 'em.
Call, please.
Rolling. A rolling stone.
First item, Shadow Blade.
Rubik's missing. He has rot.
Forward.
Never mind, he's here.
Smash 'em. I gather no loss. Head for the quarry. Illusion. Rolling. Hard luck. Yes.
Chase Nyx Assassin, please. Come.
My
Ah, he's dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am here for. Serious?
Yeah, this whole lane's actually not that good.
Oh.
10-minute runes. Go grab runes, guys.
I feel like I should just do this.
What are you here? Careful.
rolling out.
Oh, Rubik. Oh well.
Carnage coming in.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Of course.
I'm denying. I denied the rune. Someone take this.
Watch the stuff die.
Actually, I'll come top.
Oh man, what a fucking surprise. Thanks.
Attack.
Is they just worth this, or am I just crazy?
Can you use your mana boost, please?
Oh, fucking-
Thanks.
Oh, wow. Looks like Nyx is walking by.
Hey Johnny, go on the Rubik. Okay, I'm gonna Shadow Blade next to him. Get ready, get ready. Run up to him. Just run up to him. Back off a bit, just a little
Your
bit.
middle tower is
Run
under
up to him.
attack.
Run up to him.
You just toss him to me.
Your middle
He's dead.
tower is under attack.
I'm surprised you only have like 30 damage on me.
How does Lena's Light Strike Array still land after she dies? I don't know.
Oh, there's a long delay.
That's really weird. And it's
You
not
just want
cast delay,
invis.
it's just like a... What is that?
There's an Invis Nyx.
Where's Nyx?
Invis here. Okay, here. I don't have a hook.
That's fine.
Well, GG. Easy top.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Going back to base. Oh shit! Is that Rubik? Oh man, I'm hella low, dude.
I'm here.
He's dead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
3 on hook.
You guys didn't get
Fucking
that?
Nyx. No, Nyx stunned me. I thought I would.
Hello, Yusuf.
I thought you would too, that's why I started going on Doom.
Yeah,
Get back. There you go. That's actually pretty good.
It's very good.
I die, but you die with me.
Hi, Mohammed.
I forgot I had clones here.
Okay. Hello, Hazim. Were you the one who kept speaking Bahasa the other day? Hi, Shane. Nice to see you again.
Okay.
Dire
See you later.
structures are fortified.
There's a gem.
You should take it.
I already took one.
Oh, the fucking haste right there.
There's a mixer too.
You a shell? Oh,
I'm doomed.
that's a lot of people. Ghee from India? What does that mean? Thanks, Rech Madani.
Give me a hood.
Oh, X-Toll. Welcome back, Jonathan.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Want to kill Selena?
Sure.
Fight.
Oh, Doom. He has no Doom.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice.
Put me out.
Good distraction.
Whoa, God.
No, fuck.
Oh, there's a Nyx here. That's how.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, I should.
Your top tower
Not be
is
here.
under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower
What the fuck, man?
Oh shit, that fucking heal, that reverse heal bomb. That was a long stun too, holy shit.
top tower is under attack.
Let's get your hood, Johnny.
Look at this
look at this
OP
pudge.
shit. He just rots.
No
He
need
just
to
sits
put-
there and rots. What is this?
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's nice to have
balance.
that on our side though.
What a balance.
I got 34 HP regen.
Which ranked is this? This is actually an unranked party game with a mix of MMRs, and so I have no idea how to answer your question. But my rank is immortal.
Don't carve my headstone yet. Rolling.
Welcome back, Luna.
Sure. Our current state. A rolling stone. Tiny, coming in.
She just warded that. Just saying.
So your two sentries, they overlap too much, Lulu.
Yeah.
I'm coming, Billy.
Oh boy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, maybe not.
Okay, maybe.
What is this Nyx doing?
Dying.
Oh shit.
Head for the quarry.
I need mana.
Oh,
I need.
I got some nice mana boots for it.
Oh, nice. I was thinking I was gonna just go
What have we?
Doctrine or Perseverance.
The enemy's middle
Thanks,
tower
So let's
Perseverance.
go Bloodstone. That'd be kinda cool.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Rolling.
Go on this Rubik.
Pyramid. I'm not with you
There's a
guys,
lot of
just saying.
people.
I'm not with you guys. I'm not with you guys.
Maybe I shouldn't have tried to save the deed. Oh well. Ooh.
Why I walk there?
Illusion.
Hmm.
Motherfucker. Fucking stupid ass fucking hero.
My capstone. A rolling stone. Rock on. I have no
2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
I'm not there.
Oh man.
Dagon.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'm counting.
I actually could agree with that. I was gonna Dagon. I'm only waiting.
Got you, bro.
Thanks, man.
Got you, bro.
head for the quarry.
I'm coming, Lulu.
Thank you.
You doing Fusion on me? Or the DP?
Johnny, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Got him.
Dire structures are falling.
Got no mana.
Jesus Christ. Oh boy.
Fuck off.
Dude, we killed them all.
God damn.
What? Gangsta.
Aw, Freak
Oh,
didn't
Doom, I
spawn.
think Doom's angry.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I might be able to save you. Just oh shit, maybe not.
Wow.
Oh, maybe you got that heal up.
Didn't spawn.
Should've just TP'd earlier. That's my fault.
I'm gonna go grab these runes. I am not fighting mid.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
No, I got eggs. You know, I never actually used eggs before.
If they split,
You go like this. Oh my goodness, that's great.
no, I have a rune. I mean, bottle.
Well, I did not. Sorry.
Hey Lula, before you grab any rune, just check cores around you for the head bottle. Every time.
Yeah.
Head for the quarry. I gather no.
Oh,
I'd come help, but I don't think you need it. Yes, yes, need it.
Need what?
Aw. I wanted strength. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no chance I die anymore.
Yes, sir.
Should've gotten eggs.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No one saw shit.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Doomed what? Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Hi, Vinny.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has
Oops,
fallen.
wrong button.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Don't let me die.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Wow.
I am out of me.
Alright, Vinny. You join real quick, okay, man? Yo, Nicholas.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks
We're
has
like
fallen.
destroying their buildings. What is that?
Oh, sorry about that. Let me go jungle.
I need help.
Oh shit.
I had no mana.
I was gonna go jungle.
I'll revenge you.
Where's
Where are
my
your trees?
where's my trees? What the fuck? He saw me.
What the fuck?
What?
Dire structures.
You gotta be near trees for it to work.
Yeah.
Oh, is that how it works? I've never used this before. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you have to literally hit the trees.
Oh.
Yeah, you need to be next to some trees for him to grab.
Reading is hard.
And many trees as well. Like profit. It's like profit.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
There you go. You're gonna die, Rubik. You wanna die.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have metal fields.
That's not what I wanted. A mana.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Well played, boys.
Oh, my trees.
Radiant victory.
Nice game.
God, I love Tiny.
GG.
GG, guys. Nice to meet Johnny.
Thank you. Gotta go champ.
Nice pick. OP.
I sent you the invite again since you are not in the party anymore.
You invited me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Report blue for ability abuse.
What is this Q time average max player behavior score similar?
Oh,
Fucking
new
new
metrics.
features. What is this?
GG, guys. GG. Hello, Wayne. Mm. That was my first time using Tiny Eggs, guys.
Actually, kind of interesting to think that Dodo was made in like 2013 and then they're still adding features.
I'll be right back. Abilities are meant to be abused? I don't know about that. Let's look at some animal pictures. Alright. Oh shit. The game started quick. Johnny's girlfriend's dog. Dom's dog. And a cat.
Your turn to ban.
Oh yeah. We're back. We got a new game already, guys. All right, what do you guys want to play?
I have no idea.
All right, then Magnus and Johnny, you guys both have to play chorus.
Why can't Lulu play core?
You want me to play core?
Your turn to ban.
Okay.
I don't actually
I
care what to
always
play.
want Lulu to play core.
Okay. Okay.
I don't mind.
You guys can do whatever you like.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I want Lulu to do like, I don't know,
5 seconds remaining.
like Slark or something.
I'm not good with Slark.
Terrorblade Weaver or something.
Let's
like
go.
that.
It's always time to learn, Lulu.
Juggernaut. Aceless Void.
Maybe in my own bracket, not with you guys. When
We're like that last game was so low skill it was hilarious. Phantom Lancer, come on, you can do one.
Hi, Hanif.
Helps me when I do my German accent.
Oh shit. Wrong video.
Ricky's one of my
Trying to
first
go
heroes.
for
Actually, it
Ricky.
was my first hero. You can do it. Or Sniper. I guess Sniper works.
Or like Luna or like any of these. Like these are all. Troll Warlord, that's a good one.
We completely support you. Who knows? Maybe you'll get to Ancient. Maybe this is your unfound calling that you never know
Yeah,
because all you ever
exactly.
do is play
There we
CM
go,
and we
Monkey
stop.
King, that's a good one. Oh, it's pigs though. Fuck.
I know.
All right, I'm gonna go Magnus, and we're gonna go Empowered Blue Span. It's gonna be your.
I was gonna go Dagon build, not gonna lie.
Oh! You know what? I'm gonna get Dagon too.
Okay.
Your
We'll
turn.
pop
okay,
up and
well,
Dagon someone.
Okay, fine. I'll get Dagon as well. You just gotta go full
Alright,
Dagon.
this sounds great.
The best Dagon hero.
Pugna?
Ricky.
Your turn to pick.
There you
Actually,
go,
she
Luna.
can profit.
I'm Mr. Slow Hands though, so I'm considering this.
It's okay. Use no skill other than refresh or rearm and dagger.
Rearm, Dagon, Aeolans, talent. Okay. I don't know. I'm thinking
You can
about
still
this.
be 4, Vinny.
I'm so slow right now. And this is a lot about.
You know, I feel really slow too, even though I just took a 200 milligram caffeine pill. Maybe I should take a second one.
Nah, you
Take cold shower.
you can't possibly be slow. You play Dota every day.
That is an interesting theory.
But Vinny, I need a support up here. Get up here. There's a core, Ricky.
Core Ricky. Cricky. Cracky.
Oh,
Oh shit, your hero!
that's
Aww.
fine. I
Wah,
wasn't
wah.
I'm fine with that.
Storm Sniper.
Maybe Billy should come in.
Next. Second best Dagon hero.
That is absolutely true.
That is very true. I love Nyx.
Next. I guess I am...
Oh, I can be 5. I don't mind.
Hey, how about Luna? You go safe lane, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Slaughter is the support. Hey, stream chat. Is there a tournament going on this week? I think there is, right?
Wait, Vinny, go top. Let me support Lulu. I don't think we're gonna get any kills anyway, so.
Or you know what I could do? I could jungle, guys. Should I jungle?
So you want me mid? Or Nyx?
Maybe Lulu can mid and Vinny can like play Korshik or bottom or something. Or Nyx. I don't know. I don't mind jungling.
Okay, so I'm mid.
As you wish.
Or Vinny can mid. Or Nyx Assassin can mid, and I will jungle.
Yeah,
Nyx,
Vinny
okay,
likes-
Nyx mid. How about Nyx mid? Nyx mid.
Against Tinker. Okay, well, let's see.
That's not bad.
Alright.
You just
Oh,
keep
wait.
burning his mana.
Okay, so where am I going?
You're going bottom.
Okay.
Come with me.
Search continues.
Jungle's
Oh, Vinny,
nerfed so
I have
hard.
to work
Wasn't
with
it
you.
only like 10% or something like that?
30 seconds to battle.
I
Vinny,
don't
I
fucking
don't
care.
have
I'm
to
still
work with you.
jungling.
Go away.
It's in the bag.
Could have bet my game on this. My streak. Don't let me down, Lulu.
Enough
Are you
hiding.
sure what
I'm
it is?
fucking throwing this game right now. Right, jungling?
I have full faith in Lulu.
look,
Yes,
look at these runes. Yeah. 0 runes? 0?
It's okay. They're not gonna come
3 runes?
contest.
The battle begins.
For Dire? What about this
Don't do
rune?
it. Actually, do it. He's dead. He's not dead.
He's dead.
Ah, shit.
By the flame
Don't worry. Just get back.
5%?
Get back. Not this way. Not this way.
I don't care about 5%. Who cares about 5%? Who cares about 5%?
So it shall be.
Did I just lag there?
Very well.
Oh, this bristle knows how to creep pool.
Maybe it's a coincidence.
No, but I'm gonna get a wand.
Gonna jungle. I'm excited to jungle. Nice and easy.
This bristle's almost out of mana.
Enough hiding.
ESL Hamburg. Hey Clyde, how long has ESL Hamburg been going on
Lion's
for?
missing.
By the flayed ones.
New trim? You mean my hair? Yes.
I will drink you dry.
With bristle's back passive and my passive, do I do more damage from the back or the front at early
For
levels?
the raw twins.
Yes.
Okay. They have a sentry here. Fuckers.
This is gonna be exciting, guys.
This is actually a good lane.
Yeah, he can't do much to you.
I'm actually
Yeah, we
thinking
got
about this.
two
Like,
stars.
actually, this is actually very good.
Hemorrhage.
Very favorable for me.
Blood feud.
Careful, Lulu. Never mind, he lost.
Hey,
his time.
Ernal, you've been watching this stream for so long, you still don't know what it is? Damn, dude.
And be worth this century.
Your blood is mine. As the twins direct. Go. For the flayed one.
You know, wait, I don't normally get it trimmed this early. Wait, is Ricky playing support?
Very favorable for me.
Yes.
Interesting.
Flayed twins guide by
Wait, career?
blood.
Where the frick is my hotkeys?
Open your veins.
Why's my W hotkey never work?
Yes.
Emo.
Strike.
Good job, Lulu.
Thank you.
Gonna dag some bitches.
Oh, I forgot to get another sentry ward. Yeah, 3 sentry wards for 1 lane.
So it shall be.
I didn't really need these tangos, huh? I didn't know that you don't need tangos if you jungle Bloodseeker.
Lion's missing.
Have they discovered that I'm jungling yet? Oh, no, not even.
Nope, Lulu, get back. This Bristol, if he were smart, would have just dove the tower and killed you.
Smell blood. I strike. Open your veins.
Watch out, Lion's trying to come around.
This is so fun.
Hemorrhage.
Ja.
Out for blood.
Mid looks like they need to use career.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? Maybe, oh shit.
I smell blood. I go.
Ah, you look like you're okay. 5-minute runes.
Got him.
As you wish.
Suppose I'll leave the jungle just for a little bit to grab runes. Hopefully before this pig.
I
Yep,
can grab it.
As you wish.
I got this.
For the twins.
Yeah.
For the rock.
Motherfucking. Ah, goddammit.
By the flayed ones.
Are you gonna try? I'm good. I'm good.
This should not be a fight, Lulu.
So it shall be.
This should not be a fight.
Ooh.
Blood calls to blood.
Yeah, no, he's much stronger. You should never just fight. Bristleback, just run. I'm just harassing.
I see a ban in chat.
While
Guys,
Lion
like
might
for
have
people
war
like
fight.
that, like
I will drain
They're-
you dry.
I would describe them as basically just fucking useless, you know. Like think about the kind of person that has to just go like that. Like they're just totally annoying and useless as a person. Straight up.
Your blood is mine.
Get back. Get back.
You know they're like a fucking like 11-year-old kid doing that shit right now. I don't even want that kind of person in my stream.
When we have no creeps and they're pushing into the tower, Lulu, you should just run because Bristle will just run at you even with tower. There's a creep soul tank.
Thanks, Lager.
I will drain you dry.
Oh, there's a sentry here.
Oh shit.
Reshrine.
Sure, man. You can shrine whenever you like. The shrine is yours.
Enough hide and seek.
I'm slowly like I'm like, you know, I have no excuse except for I'm just fucking slow.
Eh.
I should be able to care for something.
Blood feud.
Holy one.
To be part of a good team, you need at least 7k.
Lion's missing. Get the CS.
Open
Get
your
him.
veins.
I'm just scaring him away so he doesn't deny. Lion's missing. Careful.
Okay.
Straight.
He's here.
Never mind. He's
You know, if I get any +1, we can kill Tinker.
Okay.
I don't know if I can leave.
It's like Earthshaker's coming.
I strike.
Kill him. Kill him.
Kill this guy.
Wait.
Out for fight.
Run, Lulu, run.
Oh
Run, Lulu,
shit.
run.
Oh
Just run.
shit.
GG.
Oh shit!
Good try. Good try.
For the
That was smart.
flayed ones.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
But
I'm
he has
almost level
medallion,
6
not
with Dagon.
curse.
Open your veins.
I'm very close to Dagon. Very, very close. Why some people ask, can you speak Bahasa or are you from Indonesia? Because they see an
Hello,
Asian
fucking
face and
Becky.
they think that I'm the same?
Hemorrhage.
Maybe?
I hate you.
Okay, I just need you to stun Tinker when he tries the TP, okay?
Okay.
I'm not ready. Flayed twins guide me.
This lion's laughing at me as I keep dewarding him and he keeps dewarding me for.
For the flayed ones.
Oh shit, that was close. Yo man, you're gonna die in a fucking tower!
Why did... I don't know. He...
Twins direct.
Sometimes things don't be like it should, but it do.
Blood is in the air.
Oh shit.
Blood feud.
No, they grabbed her.
Blood's a runner.
Yes.
We should kill anybody.
Sure man, I'm fucking down. Here, I'm even gonna, I'm gonna fucking rage you. I'm gonna rage you. Second rage.
Good.
Alright, alright.
Not yet.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Fucking easy.
Hey Young, how's it going, buddy? Hi Silvio.
Continues.
Yeah, we're fucking
Lions
Bloodseeker
around here,
Dagon,
careful,
bro.
Lulu.
Fucking Bloodseeker Dagon.
Flayed
Oh shit. No, Vinny, no, use your
Not
salve,
around
Vinny.
here.
not hide and seek.
Holy shit. Holy fuck. Hey buddy, I can reach you, come here. Or not.
As the
Yeah,
twins
just
direct.
here. Here.
Even before Tinker Rocket.
My strength
Radiant
grows.
structures are fortified.
Lions miss. I need to go ward.
Twins.
You gonna be good alone, Lulu, for a bit?
Kill him.
Just
Yeah.
stay passive.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm
Stay
diving this tower.
passive,
I'm
and if
diving.
you don't have creeps, you run.
So it shall be.
Oh shit, slippery lion.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fucking everyone's missing everything.
Your middle
Oh no, the double stun. Oh
I
shit.
am coming with level 1 smoke.
His finger has this lion like doesn't use finger, huh?
What the fuck? Fucking random PA comes in.
Oh, kill the slaughter!
stricken out.
Oh, Luna's in trouble. Hi, Jason. Hi, Jeremy.
Yeah, don't fight.
This guy is a lot better than the last guy.
Oh yeah, no, this pig knows what he's doing.
Hi, Brian.
Blood calls for blood.
I'm gonna come to top jungle soon.
So it shall be.
Yeah, I think I wanna kill this Tinker.
I do too. Let's go.
Hide and seek.
Okay.
Tower hurts.
I don't have any nukes
Dire
left.
structures are fortified.
By the flayed ones.
Oh no, Lulu. I am not gonna make it.
Go.
Oh, Nyx Assassin like has break. His ultimate breaks now.
As the twins direct.
Want to
Your
go his
bottom
line?
tower is under attack.
Okay.
Kill him. Kill him.
The search.
Where's the back is coming?
Full back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Holy shit.
Oh, there's a PA.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, that BB's so annoying.
At its finest.
Hi, Timothy.
Kill him, Luna.
Any tips to
this-
quit
oh,
cigarettes? I don't know, Donovan. I don't have any good advice for you, dude.
you did.
You're
Ah, she's dead.
dead.
Holy shit.
Hey, Arca, if you use Blood Rage on the enemy, it does exactly what it says. Increases damage
Yeah,
by
no,
25%.
That bristle is
Taken and
not gonna
done.
let you do anything.
Your bottom tower is
And you get 25% of their HP when you kill them.
Blood.
You should probably head away from bottom,
Yeah, well,
top or
We
jungle
can,
or
we
something.
can do it. We can
yeah,
do
I'm going to go into the triangle.
Oh, I should have gone bottom. Oops.
By
it.
the
Oh,
flayed
wait for a
ones.
second. This way for a second. Alright, let's go. Go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't have to be.
Not yet.
It's okay,
Your
Luna.
middle tower
Do
is
not
under attack.
worry about ganking with us. Bristleback teleporting. Bristleback teleporting.
Sorry, I just put the on camera.
Get out, Air Shaker, get up. Get up. Hey, Donovan, there's nothing to be sorry about, man. I just don't know how to give you any advice because I don't have the experience, you know? Actually, I should get some boots.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Blood-shrouded peaks. I return.
He has battle fury. And that's all he has?
There's three mid.
I think there might be a PA somewhere around here.
Yeah. I want to kill Lion.
There's a sentry there. He deported that. I'm coming though. I'm here. I have to...
So you can't go anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah, I think BB is a good target.
I smell blood.
There's a PA here.
Very well.
Careful, slugger. Never mind.
As you wish.
Hey guys, let's start focusing killing their
So it
course.
shall be. Enough hiding.
Oh,
Here I do.
Wow. I'm coming back.
Fleet one, send enough hiding.
Run, Vinny, run.
Cloud, please.
With science.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Hey Lulu, when you fight the enemy, just don't use Mask of Madness.
Your top tower
I
is
actually
under
wanted to use magic command.
Oh.
Your top tower is under attack.
Is your magic wand not a spacebar hotkey?
No,
Your bottom tower
you
is
should
under
make it.
should be.
attack.
Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Continues. Fleet twins guide me.
We're gonna fucking lose our game of our item builds.
Whatever.
Yep.
What happens, winning and losing games isn't about item builds. It's about the small decision.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
Time yet.
So we have a chance. I mean, we can just
So you're saying there is
all
a
of us
chance.
focus our dagging on all of us dagging PA.
The enemy's top tower
Yeah.
has fallen.
Sounds great. Let's do it.
Fleet twins.
Sounds funny. Lion's coming.
So it shall be.
I want the help. Oh, there's a lot of sentries.
Very
Damn.
well.
Yeah, no, they fucking hate
It's
all the
almost-
invisibility.
Yeah, they
almost like
really
we
hate
have-
me.
Yeah.
I've been dewarding what I can. Should have gone utility. Bounties.
Yeah, get those bounties.
Kill him. You missed.
I'm just gonna grab bounties. Hello,
Is Sword? Yeah, I think it is, Jason.
Don't
It's
be
gonna
mad.
be beat Bristleback here.
No, never mind. Bristleback's going bottom. Lou, just stay in jungle.
I'm going into jungle then.
We can't kill him.
You two can
Wherever
kill.
you see people, just
Yeah,
go
you
away
two
from
cores can kill. Like, actually, Earthshaker does so much damage against Bristleback. I'm coming too. I'm coming too.
Teleporting a 4-second teleport.
Your middle tower is under attack.
God damn it, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm slow.
Mixed Assassin still has like full combo.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I missed my smoke.
Your middle tower has fallen.
This game would be worth it if all of us dig in PA and PA
Your
just
middle
dies.
tower is under attack.
I seek anew. By the flayed ones.
Good farm top, Lulu. Tinker pushed the lane, so no one's gonna be in it.
The search continues.
Sure.
Well, Nyx Assassin already has break.
Twins guide.
And we have a lot of invis.
Doesn't mean nobody's gonna.
They might go in Dagon as well.
For the run.
Nah, if you want to, actually, I don't care. Whatever.
Enough hide and seek. By the flayed ones.
There's wards here.
I deordered their sentry. That was on the stairs just now.
I'm about to deward it. Oh, up there.
So it shall be.
There's a PA over here.
Okay.
Can I stop this? Ah, motherfuck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For the flayed one. Yes. I
I'm
strike.
gonna start dewarding their jungle.
I think we should be ganking them all the time.
Blood calls
Just
to
my opinion.
blood.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wait.
He sees me.
I
Bottom
see some
tower
else.
is under
I
attack.
got
There's a
rocketed.
sentry right there. Literally right here. And I just...
As the twins direct.
Oh, I have 5 kills. How'd I have 5 kills?
Your middle tower is
If
under
you say
attack.
so, give me a second.
Yeah, I'm coming top.
Alright.
I'll be top in 15.
There's 3.
3 second teleport.
Tower is under attack.
Okay, he's
Wow,
dead.
he popped. Tinkers.
Yes. The search continues.
Ooh, nice.
I missed my Dagon. Oh, it's on cooldown.
Nyx, you can kill.
We can kill people.
Back to Earth. Once again.
Runes over here.
Yes.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I'm gonna save for my Dagon before I buy any more sentries.
I think they're gonna build like 3 pipes and a bunch of glimmer capes, and then we're not gonna do that much damage.
New blood.
Whatever.
Flayed twins guide me.
I mean, we're not even that far behind.
The only thing is,
so far.
Lulu is our late game. How should I say this? Lulu is the late game, but it's Lulu.
It's okay. She got this.
I'm coming for this BB. Can you stop him?
So it shall be.
I don't have a stun.
Oh, wait.
Doesn't matter.
Nyx is here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Incoming Swagger.
We just kept Dagoning him. That's-
Yeah, poke that pig.
Let me get bottom. I don't have my Dagon.
Enough hide and seek. Out for blood. As you wish.
Got it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Wait, career.
Yes.
Team Dagon. Yeah, bud.
Very well.
Your bottom
whoa,
tower
whoa,
is
whoa,
under
whoa.
attack.
Twins guide
The Tinker over there.
I'm gonna place a
Bottom
Tinkerboard.
tower is under attack.
Hemorrhage.
I got my smoke screen talent.
As the twins direct.
Oh shit, dude.
Enough hide and seek.
Hey, Riki, if you stay, we can actually just hunt for Tinker. Because
By the
I'm gonna just
ones.
disappear and then we can.
No, he's here.
Yeah, see, he's here.
I go. The search continues.
I'm gonna grab the Invis rune, or excuse me, the regen, and then I'll come back. There's a PA here as well.
Radiant structures.
So
are
I think
fortified.
yeah, like just like he's gonna come to one of these lanes and we're gonna fucking kill him.
Very well.
Yeah,
He's here.
but
Okay, stop.
That way.
I think he's down here.
No.
Oh,
We gotta blink.
motherfucking
That's,
Tinker.
that's the problem. Yeah, we should have just gone.
He's
Let's get him
back.
again.
Lulu, you need to run.
I go.
Let's do it again.
Dire
Do it again.
structures are fortified.
He's gonna
someone
come
here.
copper bomb.
The search
Please stop.
twins.
One down, 4 to go.
I should have catch him with a blink. I'll get it soon.
Antonio, you've never seen Bloodseeker Dagon before? Are you serious? Is this your first year in Dota 2, son? Hi, Stramik. You can kill. You can kill PA though. You have your.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ooh, okay, he's doing that. Let's walk over there.
Your top tower is under
There's
attack.
PA there too.
Twins guide.
I'm coming to the triangle, you guys.
You wanna
As you wish.
They're going mid. There are 4 there.
As the twins direct.
God. So annoying. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Fade away.
TNC 1, Gambit 0? Damn, TNC's strong this tournament, huh? All the Filipinos in the house, put your hands up in the air. Am I right? What a
Your middle
combo.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, what a sick quadruple kill combo. For Dire.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
You hate Pinoys? Right.
Transfused.
You are a racist then.
So it shall be.
Found the racist, guys. Found the racist.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
By the flayed one, I grow
Your
stronger.
bottom tower is under
I'm
attack.
coming.
I just teleported top.
Oh, the Seeker's got a fucking... Okay. He's got a fucking Hex.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pop the shrine, pop the shrine.
Oh shit.
All according to plan.
I think Lion just put a word here.
Yeah.
Fallen.
Alright.
Your top tower has been denied.
I'm gonna try to kill Lion.
Yeah, Vinny, why would you echo there?
Your
Why?
bottom
Why?
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom
nothing.
tower is under attack.
For this,
Alright, here's Shaker buyback.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Go, Ricky, go.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Try buy back as well.
Wow, that's tough.
Nah.
I mean, this is
Oh, nice. Holy shit. I'm coming, guys.
I too.
I just got ravaged.
Oh shit.
GG.
Oh, okay.
I blame Ricky.
Phantom Bear.
Yeah, it's all the Ricky pick. 100%.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
And it's not just the Ricky pick. Look at this fucking Dagon build on Ricky.
Dagon best. Also, I have 8 kills.
Barracks are under attack.
Really, it's kind of my fault. I didn't. If I was a better Nyx, I
Your
would.
bottom barracks is
Actually, I blame the brown guy.
I also blame the brown guy.
If I had controlled Tinker more, this game wouldn't have gotten out of control.
your middle
That's
tower
basically
has
it.
fallen.
Well, Tinker is 15 and 7.
For the twins, I am reborn to hunt again.
Your middle
I'm pretty sure they
tower
were
has
just
fallen.
we messed around too much.
Well, I mean that too, but we still could.
Yeah, that
have
fucking
won.
Ricky Dagon, dude.
Compared to the guys from last game, they were a lot better.
Kill him.
Yeah, kill him, Benny. Come on,
Come on, Vinny, what the fuck are
doing?
you doing, man?
Something in your eye.
Sky.
Somebody tried to kill him. One of his own teammates tried. That was cool for like 2 seconds.
No, for that.
I go.
Well, let's spread out.
Oh,
some.
yeah.
Oh my
Oh
god.
man, you're just dead. You're just dead,
I got
eh?
two-handed.
You're just dead.
Am I? Am I really?
If Bristleback had any balls.
Holy fucking shit.
I take PA down with me. I take PA
No, PA
down
doesn't die.
with me.
I'm a
I take
chicken.
PA down with me. I take PA down with me. I take PA down with me.
Kill PA, kill PA.
I take PA down with me.
Forgot.
So you
Welcome
guys
back,
had
Mary.
enough of Lulu Carey?
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Certainly weren't the.
Yeah. Not the problem.
Your middle
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
I never said that these guys were immortal.
So much, Lulu.
I actually, when I do play carry, I only play mid, I don't
Your
play,
middle tower has fallen.
As a mid Nyx versus Tinker and Lion, like my KDA is unacceptable.
No, not for you.
Your ancient is under attack.
No, don't finger me. Don't finger me. Oh, damn it.
Oh my god! I wanted PA to die for that.
No.
Is it me or does Lulu sound really staticky?
Can
you talk, Lulu?
Sounds fine to me.
Does it sound better now? By any chance?
It's
Maybe.
Sounded the exact same and it sounds
great.
Sounds
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
It sounded static.
Good.
They're just now. They're now. It's doing it again.
No,
Even now?
Yes.
no, it's fine.
I
fine.
I hear
All
nothing.
good.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
You can play it on my stream if you like. You can hear what you sound like.
People on the chats are saying I sound good.
That's one guy.
Can anyone hear the static?
It's not static per se. It's more of an unfine quality to it. And it sounds unfine when you speak louder into the microphone.
So I shouldn't yell.
Yeah, you know,
You
like when
suck in
I
the
yell
throat
and it sounds kind of like distorted.
Yeah.
It sounds a bit
that's
like
what
that
you
for you.
mean.
I think the word you're looking for is clipping.
That might be the word. Yeah, unfined. Maybe if you just move the microphone a little bit further away, it might resolve that problem.
Okay, further away. Can you still hear me properly now? It's
Yeah.
further.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
She's not yelling, so how do you know?
We'll see when I yell during the game.
I see you playing against bots as a level 25 Crystal Maiden there, Lagger. Is that fun? I can't even watch game. Lagger! Lagger! Everyone should have a standard issue Blue Yeti or equivalent. How do we distribute these monies? Well, you know, Namdota. So Lulu-chan actually has an Audio Technica AT2020, which is the equivalent or even slightly better than the Blue Yeti.
I just need a hand to hold it, I think, and maybe the how's it called? The thing you put over your mic.
The pop screen.
Yeah, the pop screen. That might help with the.
I think it sounds better now.
Your turn to ban.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you just move the microphone a little bit
5
further
seconds
away, it'll
remaining.
reduce the problem even more. I think it's
Even
just
further?
how you use the microphone rather than the microphone.
Your turn.
Can you
to
still
pick.
hear me okay now?
It's fine. It's very, very clear. Your distance is fine.
Okay, so now it's further away than it used to be. So
Okay.
let's see if.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my god!
How did you manage that?
Good job.
I wasn't paying.
Lulu core.
No, I don't know how to play Tinker.
No, you're going mid.
Lulu core.
No, I seriously don't know how to play Tinker.
Okay, here's what you do. You rocket people, you laser them. I know, laser
Oh
first,
my
then rocket.
god.
Okay, just everyone just assume that Lulu's gonna do nothing this game.
You can laser people. Get Ag's
Your
laser
turn
and then
to
die. That's fine.
Okay.
Blind.
Well, I'm gonna compensate by playing a hero that I'm slightly better at.
Ten seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Can one of you two guys pick this round? So I can hide my Baden pick. Actually, I don't even give a shit. I'm gonna carry a Baden.
Yeah, they'll assume you're supporting.
You know, we could swap heroes, but I think the idea is that we're gonna make Lulu play Tinker mid.
Oh my god,
Yes.
you got. This is going to be like me playing what did I play for the nation? Ember Spirit, and I fucked up so bad.
Or when I made Geo play Invoker for donation. It's okay. It's all fun. Get eggs, laser people. And then you
Oh,
can
and there's the Tinker Counter. 2 Tinker Counters.
Actually, I don't think laser even works that well with these heroes so far anyway. Just stand far away and rocket people. Get Ethelens.
Your item build's right there. So you're building.
Okay, got it.
Your turn to pick.
Actually, can you just go safely in Tinker, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
This will confuse them a bit.
You have 4 arranged?
Your turn to pick.
So many casters.
Actually, maybe don't do Shivas, I'm not sure. But I doubt you'll get that far in the build,
Yeah.
honestly.
I am a bad on.
Legion Commander?
How about techies?
Fuck that shit.
I would have totally gone techies.
I know you would. Pudge!
No, this
I would've
is
totally gone
all
black.
Legion food.
It's all Pudge food too, but I'm just gonna go support.
Thanks, Jason.
Nice, this guy thinks he's a
Okay,
good...
I think you go position 4, Johnny, and then Lion goes support.
I was gonna go position 4.
You have 1,600 games with Dota 2? Jesus.
I know, right?
Nerd.
Yeah.
I can't imagine 1,600 games with CM.
Prepare for battle.
I might add that.
Ricky is Johnny, and LC is Magnus.
It's in the bag.
A win streak.
I travel with the mist.
Remember when we said we would throw the game?
I have no regrets.
Plot twist, Lulu playing Tinker better than us. You hope? Well, you can hope as much as you like.
I see the way.
Yeah, I only happened to play better than you guys one time when I played a hero that I knew and you guys were playing
30
heroes that you
seconds
don't.
to battle.
And that was pure luck.
Ricky, are you pussy? Are you a pussy?
Slow. Can you outclick him?
Don't everyone chase Gyrocopter now.
He's dead.
How's he dead?
He's pretty fast.
I
too, Zero.
assume.
I think everybody should have a magic wand, by the way.
Light. Very cunning. Indeed.
Well, the good thing is Gyro is not getting farmed.
He's so goddamn slow.
I'm under attack. I should say so. Chosen.
I should have played Bounty.
Demised.
Well studied.
Yeah, if only I were level 2.
This fucking invoker.
Well, that was a good trade. Like Gyro's gotta go back. Like he needs a salve or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get the courier. Oh, I think he just left actually.
Yeah, like he's gotta leave a courier, one of those two. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is.
Dire's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah.
He's leaving now. He's not leaving.
We got boots.
Mist moves.
Nice. Aside.
Power stirred such power.
Take.
Swap aggro. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Nice.
Easy one. Best item of what Dota do.
He still has
Wait,
no
wait, wait,
regen.
what?
Wand, best item.
Oh my god.
Magic wand. We're making a whole new poster now.
Okay. I don't mind buying Magic Wand on every hero.
Things are rarely as they seem.
Oh, he got a sentry. I'm not annoying.
I really want to get this Iron Will.
What the fuck, Tower? You fucking stupid piece of shit. Oh my god, did I Whatever, man. Dude, I tried to click on that creep. Didn't work. Oh, yay. Easy sustain.
Regeneration. Very cunning.
Ah, so tasty.
Look upon the Lord of the Runners who goes there.
I think we can kill.
Yep.
Maybe.
Follow me.
If they come out far enough.
Yeah.
Ride onward. Run them down.
He's so scared he has no regen.
I'm gonna get these then.
By the house of us. Not so. I might say that.
It's a rune.
I'm gonna go for it.
Just going, I think.
Yeah, I think Disruptor's gonna.
Might even be faster than you.
Yeah. But if he comes back.
Holy shit! No, miss!
Oh, he didn't go for ours.
Dude, his right click is so powerful. What the?
Maybe he wants to
Yeah,
try.
he would've, that would've been bad for him.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I got enough regen now.
I think I can kill him, dude.
Of a furnace.
And push the wave. And dive him.
I travel.
I just want to get, what the fuck? Alright, that's good mana.
That's interesting.
He's like out of mana now. Yeah, there's 10 mana.
Oh, nice click.
There we go. I was waiting for that.
Gyro
Leave
still
it, leave
has
it.
no regen.
On my next,
Okay.
odds, we can kill. bad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's dead. Yellow.
We got this, no problem.
Easy.
As counsel.
Why didn't he immediately missile me? What the fuck?
Your
I
bottom
don't
tower
really
is
think he
under
knows what
attack.
he's doing that well.
Yeah. There we go.
So be it. I'm not ready.
Try and the man and then kill him. When I'm level 6, we're gonna immediately kill him, and I might be, yeah, it'll be like the next wave.
Alright. I'll have level 2 blue strike.
Things are
God, Volker right clicks for so much, dude. How can I last hit or deny against that shit?
Actually, I don't know. Like if it's an obvious kill, we'll duel.
Well, maybe.
If not, we'll wait for armlet, and it'll be guaranteed damage.
I should say so. I see.
Nah, I don't want it.
The way. Shield electric. Double damage by the house of us.
Never mind.
Yep.
There we go, that's good.
You're
That's,
rocketed.
that's good.
Oh, I'm rocketed. Okay.
I could scarce contain such
Once armlet comes, we're gonna die, like straight up.
as counsel.
No, I need that Mr. Mid for dual damage.
Okay.
That's guaranteed dual damage on that courier.
Sure, man. That sounds good, though.
Oh, he put a sentry down.
Fucking Volker, dude. Can't right click
it?
against him.
I have no idea. A creep saw me somewhere here, so maybe it's up here.
Chosen of us.
I'm gonna keep diving. It's going on you, right?
This fucker.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Bad toggle. I killed that. That was like one range speed projectile. Fuck! I hate that shit. Anyway.
10-minute
guaranteed
runes.
dual
10-minute runes.
damage. Let's kill again. Like,
Alright.
Spectral mist fills my soul.
We got a Vanika here too.
kill.
You're
Bottom is
Motherfucker.
4 seconds on duel. Let's kill. I'm just gonna run. I'm just gonna run.
what the fuck is he rocketing me for? Jesus.
I should say so.
Denied.
I travel with the mist. By the house of us.
That's good. I enjoyed that. Oh fuck! Really?
Yes.
I totally forgot that was an invoker.
I just might.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm gonna dive him right away again. Just gonna smoke shit.
Winnie has no mana.
Doesn't matter. I'm gonna dive him again, just letting you know.
Alright. Get Radiance and then we're good. Is that Dazzle or Korra?
I'm gonna dive him again. Okay. Actually, this is bad.
Where the fuck did the Zeus and what's his face go? Jesus Christ.
How did you die?
I was
Now,
dust.
he has no storm now, so we should just dive him again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That was actually really good. Let's kill Invoker. This guy thinks he's good. He has dust. He gets dust like
Radiant structures are fortified.
Got
fuck
it.
yeah.
Have smoke. Low.
Go. No, fuck you.
Oh shit.
I'm just gonna walk up on him. There we go. Kill this fuckhead.
Got him. Can I get a ban on the guy spamming? No, no,
You
like
can stop the duel prematurely by making that a range.
Yeah, with distance. Any
Yeah, no.
like
Yeah. It's new.
like a hook can do it too if it's long enough. Pretty sure. It's not new. It's been there forever.
Your bottom tower.
Yeah, but I never knew.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower
Thanks, guys.
has fallen.
Go bottom.
Stun it, stun it, stun it, stun it, stun it, stun it. Never mind.
I'm coming for dual damage. I have invis. Guaranteed damage. Courier coming too.
Your top tower is under attack.
Thank you, Mr. Disruptor.
You know, bad in like the first like 20 minutes of games is so fucking boring.
Your bottom tower
Fucking
is
juke
under
master.
attack.
Can't you blink?
Well, actually, you can, but
While I have vision of you. Jeez. No teleport top. Oh, they took ours.
if I had blink, I would TP top. Somebody's jungling.
Gyro is here. Oh, he sees me. Okay.
I'll have blink soon.
After a Radiance, what item would I go for? Maybe Blink Dagger. Blink on these bitches, right click them. Kind of a thing. What do you think, Ashish? What should I get?
You want to go on?
I might have that.
Look, go right here.
Almost Relic.
Where's he going? Alright, I'm going. Oh my god.
Oh.
What the fuck, man?
Sandra Nyasha. Hi, Johan.
Just might.
Well, we got Relic.
Dire's structures.
Things are gonna get really exciting in about
Like, I saw the animation going, but mine was
about
also
3
going.
minutes, guys.
Under attack.
I don't know. Whatever.
I think the way that you approached that duel, it was inevitable.
Your middle
No,
tower
no, no.
is under attack.
I could have been patient. Like, I can just tank the tower forever. I have an armlet.
That is also true.
I have blink. Mr. Riki.
There's a word. Oh, Jesus.
The Fusel Blade? Are you serious? Fusel Blade,
Wasn't
huh?
even there.
Why?
Because I was here when you said I have blink.
And you just, okay.
And I can only run so fast.
There's a sentry here, by the way.
How come you
Yeah,
know how
there's
boots
sentries
travel?
everywhere. He's decentering my sentries for whatever reason.
So be it. I just might.
Assault Cuirass? I debated Assault Cuirass, but they don't have that much magical damage, huh?
Rarely as they seem.
I'm running bottom.
Double daggers.
See if you can find somebody, Ricky. I'm not sure if I want to jump in on that, but maybe if... Right here, right here. There we go.
Wow, it wasn't on me for once.
We can kill.
Dead.
Kill this guy.
Oh, that heal bomb, eh?
Okay.
And there you go, dust.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Ooh, good stun line.
You almost have to fuse it.
No, I said they don't have that much physical damage, right? So they don't right click. Zeus doesn't right click. Disruptor doesn't right click. Dazzle doesn't. I mean, his heal bomb is physical. Gyro's okay, but he's like half magical damage too. So
Oh, you
when
should've
you
just
get
taken
items
that.
like Butterfly or AC,
would've gone
the
there.
idea is that you want to reduce the right clicks that you receive, right? But I'm not so sure the ACs is good because of their lineup. Does that make sense?
They're all scared. And weird.
Refresh. Indeed.
The enemy's top tower has
Oh,
fallen.
I accidentally said they don't have that much magical damage. Oops. Brain fart.
Gyro's coming. Never mind, he was. I think he's gonna. Oh.
Tribute to my house. More than like
He's confused.
Hey, Lulu, next time, don't TP to my lane, okay?
Your middle
sorry.
tower is under attack.
I see the way.
Holy shit!
Scouts.
They're all bottom.
Yeah. They're all dead.
Fucking little shits.
Maybe we didn't need to try so hard this game.
Oh, I knew that from the, like, what we got in lane.
See, I told you this game would get more exciting in 3 minutes.
Oh, I smell these loose.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Goes for lion.
I'm TPing out, guys.
Someone's mid.
I'm coming.
Motherfuck!
I'm gonna dual gyro maybe.
Shit.
I'm gonna dive too.
I can heal you as you die. Oh shit! Oh shit! It's embarrassing. Oh, I got my 90 damage talent now. Yeah!
Here, Vanit, blink to me.
Dire's structures
Oh, okay. There's a fortify for you guys.
Should I say or do I want to kill Dazzle?
Like I'm missing out.
Nah, let's not do that.
How'd that hit?
Whosoever stands
Your
against
top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Who did that? Is that you, Vanit?
It's always Vanit.
Ah, of course. Alright, we're back. Gonna go shopping for a little bit. Okay, so actually BKB is a great item. Oh, BKB is a good item choice. Sand and Ash is probably pretty good too. Maybe, I don't know. Battle Fury? Nah. No, I wanted Midas. Midas is good for farming, right? Yeah, I know you want to farm quickly, but Midas is good for farming. I also want levels, which Battle Fury doesn't give me. I also like Radiance, and Radiance and Battle Fury kind of do similar things, right? AoE damage. I like the Radiance on Abaddon because of basically the anti-blinking capabilities. So. Uh-oh, are we gonna ban someone else?
Wow, this poor Gyro. His only item is Yasha and Wraith Bands and Phase Boots since 15 minutes.
I'm gonna jump on this Disruptor.
Yep.
Actually, this Dazzle.
They all have 4 staffs. What the fuck is this?
Get out of my smoke.
I think one of them is telling them all what to do. Like, they should be only 4 staffs.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Or they, like, shouldn't think of that.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
I need the bullshit word.
Well, it certainly isn't Zeus.
I need to use Midas.
I'm just gonna start building Invoker every time.
Things are rarely as they seem.
For the effort.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
So it goes.
Ooh, chance 3 and 4. Nice.
Yeah,
She's carrying us.
Oh,
surprisingly.
I'm blinking, dude.
That's our mid.
Here, cold stop used. Got the dual damage too, fuck.
Oh, nice. Easy send back.
Just gonna build Invoker every time, no problem.
Dire structures are fortified.
More than likely.
I'm gonna heal on these creeps real quick.
Oh no. Disrupt her.
I heal
Why?
you, Ricky. I heal you. Okay, okay, Ricky. Okay. Hey, bud. Don't worry about it. Come on. You do it. You're back.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I should say so.
Yeah, he's scared.
There's a sentry somewhere there they can see.
The enemy's top barracks has
The
fallen.
Legend, thanks for subscribing. That's a really powerful shield, by the way. It's
The
a
enemy's top
400
barracks has
shield.
fallen.
Don't matter if no one's here to.
I think they've
I think we
given
need to
up.
dive up, guys.
Pretty sure they gave up.
Can we just like beat this 5? And then just keep playing? You know, you can ult inside player and then we'll kill Invoker.
Yeah, I think I pull Invoker's down there.
Yeah. You guys are feed. I'm feeding. What are you doing?
Feeding off of somebody?
Or, you know,
It doesn't seem like you're feeding. It seems to me that you're killing all of them without dying.
Oh shit!
feeding me.
Alright. That's fair.
Oh, you're dead.
Oh, I
There you
fed.
go. That's
See?
how you
Look.
Just let him kill you both. Just walk in the fountain. Just walk in there. Just walk in there. Come on, guys. Get in there.
Yeah, what kind of feeding is
Come on
that?
in there. Like, come on. What are we gonna do? Queue a new game? Come on.
Come on, Lion, now you feed.
Come on, Lion. Get out of here. Get out of here.
What are you doing? You're alive.
No, get in
Go
there.
this way.
Don't get out.
Wow, he's destroying his items.
Come on. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Feed yourself.
Feed yourself, not your items. Dive.
Come on. Alright.
We know you're Indian. Come on, just feed.
You know, my items almost look like I'm playing a turbo game, doesn't it? Bushman, is this a turbo game? No, it's not even a turbo game. Hello, Kuni. I don't know how many creeps to TP to. Are we close to 420 people, Dom? How many do we got?
Yeah.
Not enough.
Wait, what the? First hit bash! He thinks this fountain will save him. Boy, is he wrong. Who's next? Jar's next. Where's Juice? Get Juice. Two hits, 3 hits, 4 hits.
KS fail. Oh, I got Blink Strike cast range now. Now I won't fail.
413 watching. Oh, welcome you 413. You guys ready for some 420?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh god, I don't know about this Baden build, guys. Even though I'm 14 and 3, like the first 20 minutes is just a fucking grinding farming fest.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
This is not ranked. This is party unranked.
Back farm's down. Guess I'm bad again.
Alright, I'm gonna come over in a bit.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega.
A meal or no?
Here's some vision. I'm gonna BKB. Oh no, my
Easy lack of
ghosted while I was
toggle.
BKB'd and it got purged.
Ooh,
Fuck.
game knowledge.
The enemy's
I need
middle
trash
tower has
from
fallen.
talk.
Dire structures are fortified.
This is a hard game. Does that count as trash talking? No, 1 second! That's not trash talking.
That was not as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah, and you know what? I am also proud of you, Lou. Good job. I thought you would be
Thank
like
you.
0 and, 30.
I might actually start playing thicker. In my bracket, I might be OP.
14,000 hero damage? Oh, wait, no, wait. 16,000 hero damage? That
more
is
damage than
pretty
Vinny.
decent. Yeah. You suck dick, Vinny! Hey, give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom real quick, thanks.
I'll be right back as well.
He's ignoring you, Vinny. He don't want to talk to you.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi, back.
Hey, Moo.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Johnny, when I said hey, Moo, my phone searched for Moo and actually heard Moo from the.
Instead of hey Google.
Yeah, for some reason.
We ready to
It
queue?
worked.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's
Already
now
ready,
working. I'm
Chicklin.
trying it again, but it's not working.
Oh my god. Stop the queue! Stop the queue!
Stop it! Somebody!
Stop it! But don't worry, guys. I got this. Johnny's not here. Oh my god, Vinny tonight! Stop the queue! Oh wait.
I think we kicked them and we play without them.
Alright, we're about to do a poll. Hello, everyone in stream chat. You guys ready for the question of a lifetime? Alright, now here's the question.
I'm
okay?
waiting for the question of a lifetime.
He's in stream chat, or on the stream.
Alright, the question is, where should guy that has only eaten turkey meatloaf, strict low-calorie salads, plain brown rice, and eggs for 110 consecutive days, and thus losing 15 kilograms and 8% body fat, which is a lot of weight, eat on his first cheat day since July 8th? Essentially, what is your favorite food? Super delicious, super unhealthy, it doesn't matter. Hello, Roshan. Hello, Prado. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and answer this question. What would I eat? I would probably eat Korean fried chicken. Maybe some Pizza Hut pizza. Maybe some barbecue ribs. Chicken curry.
Korean fried chicken.
Your turn to bat.
Have you tried Korean fried chicken?
You tried banchan? It's the greatest Korean fried chicken.
I have not,
5
because I don't think it's
seconds
available in Canada. Are these the same guys?
No. Am I still playing carry, guys?
Yes, every
Your
game.
turn to
Okay.
pick.
Chop suey, Korean barbecue, giant hamburger, pizza, chicken, nugget, ribs, sisig, lechon, steak bibimbap, pizza largest frap, Kinder egg.
10 seconds remaining.
What would you guys eat on your cheat day, guys? What is your favorite meal? What is so delicious
Your
to you?
turn to pick.
You would eat a viper? That's kind of weird. I've never eaten viper before, but I mean, I'm open. I'm open-minded. Chicken cheese meatballs.
10 seconds remaining.
Kaz Patzel.
Chicken cheese and meatballs. Where do I get those?
Yes. That sounds like a great idea. Chicken cheese
Your
meatball,
turn to pick.
spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, poutine! How did I forget about poutine?
I don't think they have
honestly
poutine
don't
in
think
the
you're
US, do they?
Canadian now.
We don't have that.
Yeah, I was gonna
10
say we don't have that.
remaining.
You can make it.
5 seconds remaining.
Aren't there Canadian restaurants over there? You guys are neighbors.
No, we don't like Canada.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm gonna play Silencer.
Like-
IO? Okay. IO sniper.
Your turn to pick.
Oh fuck, it's Pudge mid. Johnny, why didn't you play Pudge?
Because I want to play techies. I actually wanted to play techies before they suggested me play techies.
Off lane, Slarky Slark. Do you want me to play off lane? Or do you want the safe lane? I play Minecraft.
That Pudge seems fancy.
I bear the
Indeed.
gift of silence. I go.
Let's go like this.
Prepare for battle.
And
My move.
this. And this.
What's the strat with this IO silencer thing?
Oh,
Silent running.
didn't even pick it for IO. I just wanted to play Silencer.
Just more glaives. Sounds good. All right. Sure.
Onward.
Get selection kill.
Silent.
Oh, is this a Lulu sniper mid?
Yeah.
Damn.
This is actually one of the heroes that I play mid, so
Not the
hopefully I can
whisper.
do better
Then Tinker.
than Tinker, yeah.
Tinker.
30 seconds to battle.
Hey, Vinny, how does it feel to be my third ball?
A step ahead.
Yeah, I bet you like that. I know.
Yes.
I think it's a dream.
You're
but-
also my biggest ball, just saying.
With quickness.
I'm not gonna make it.
I cut a path.
The battle begins.
A
Got it.
hush falls on the battlefield. Yes. I go. I make my move. A step ahead. Any last words? Small price. I cut a path.
What is this?
Yes.
You fucking kissing me, you fucker!
Shut up.
Was that a right click or an orb?
Yes,
Okay.
it was a right click, which is also an orb.
Onward.
Okay, I suppose.
Silently.
How about support silencer and carry IO?
Not
Oh,
a whisper.
I suppose IO can't be level 2 yet, so. It's gotta be right there.
My edge grows sharper. I go. It's not time yet. With quickness. Yes. Yes. Coin for me. Silent running. Yes. Hear me out.
Fuck.
Silently.
Easy game, guys.
Yes. I go. None as quiet as the dead. With quickness. I make my move. I go. Not a whisper. Yes.
Love these lawn charges he's giving me.
Why did I eat that tango?
Silently. Shut it. Silent running. Shut it.
Oh, hey, Nyang, you're still here, buddy.
A step ahead.
Yeah, Silencer, you know, I mean, he's Arcane Curse, and then Bristleback use Quill Spray, and then easy kills, you know. Bada bing, bada boom.
With quickness.
He came back.
Onward. I go.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Actually, I thought I would have killed him with that.
I strike.
I didn't look at
He
his
is a
health
he is a
score.
painkiller though.
Catch this. Go for steel. Yes. I'm not ready. Yes. Yes. Not a whisper. I cut a path. Silent running. Welcome to the secret shop. I make
Easy.
I'll take that.
coin for me. Silently.
So I have a plus 12 intelligence at 5 minutes, guys.
What the fuck?
I know, right?
Kills.
I cut a path.
You really want to see BB with no int? I mean, he basically doesn't have it.
Not a whisper.
One quill and he's out of mana.
Actually, just doesn't have mana to cast it.
I'm paid for
Even
your
in Fountain.
I think it was like 200 minimum mana or something like that.
down.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
A step ahead.
Yeah, it's like not from stats. It's like just straight up mana.
I go. As the blades fly. Yes.
Ball. Oh,
Silently.
He has
And
boots.
I still got my clarity.
With quickness.
You feel like such a
That-
gangster
that
when you
doesn't
fight them
cancel
and
your
you still have clarity.
Nope.
Fucking suicide, still clarity.
Silent running.
Yep.
Silent. Yes. No anger. I hear you.
No suicide again.
Yes. No.
Well, let me get level 6 and I'll do something.
Sure.
Oh shit!
Kills are sealed.
Nice, you missed.
I make my move.
Easy game.
Uh-oh. There goes the bomb.
Cut a path.
What the fuck? Are they just feeding down there? Like just straight up
No.
like walking at you?
Not intentionally. We're just too good.
Silence is golden. I go.
I don't think we can do anything with this.
I don't have a stun to eat.
Silently.
Where's your
Unless
stuff?
you've got your Slytherin crush ready, I know.
With quickness.
Oh,
There's a punch here.
The punch.
A step ahead. Silent running.
Seriously?
Wait and watch out for Cook.
Yes.
He keeps casting Quill Spray. He keeps casting it.
Monster kill.
What the fuck?
I think this Bristleback, he doesn't understand how Silencer works. Maybe. I don't even know.
They did say there was
Exaltation.
Oh yeah, he was the guy that said
someone
he was
who
like
hasn't played in 5
7,000
years.
Running.
So maybe he's actually not lying. Maybe he's got 2 seconds delay.
Yes.
We need. I'm only using this move to K.
I'm not getting levels, guys. I want level 6.
Blame Vanite.
Yes.
All Vio's fault.
I go. I make my move. I go. Yes. Onward. I wouldn't hear of it. A step ahead. I don't even want to hear it.
Crystal Maiden's level 2? You serious?
I'm paid for
No,
your
she's level 3.
What?
silence. Yes.
Quite just missing again.
He's top.
Silently.
Hang on, I'm coming.
All yours.
Okay.
Surprised you don't get permanent
Reduced
agility for that.
silence.
I know, I hit him once and he denied himself and I get good agility.
10 minutes, 24 intelligence.
I thought you would, even if they didn't.
Onward.
My Oriental, what do you think?
It's so dumb.
Ah, damn, man.
Yes. I go. With quickness. Shut your mouth. Shush. As the blades fly.
Someone's here.
Yes.
My mines are going crazy. Oh, I found them.
Oh, of course it's Fudge.
Pudge was in.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, who else would it be besides Pudge? Of course he's gonna come. Can we kill Bristleback? He's bad, right?
Yeah, I'm gone.
Enemy's
Wait, courier.
bottom tower has fallen.
I wasn't here.
Alright, I'm gonna jump him. Just start hitting him. Hit shrapnel, here you go.
Silent running.
Okay.
Tether me so I can get speed up.
Silently. I cut a
What?
path.
Okay. Alright, thanks, I.O. That was not good.
Step
I don't think we go in on this, Lulu.
Help him.
Yes.
I'm good.
Nice.
Silently. I make my move. I go. Onward. With quickness. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Attack.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Not a whisper.
Rogue. Range creep.
Fucking got disarmed. Hook, 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 hook. Dude, don't let me die.
Let him die. Let him
Don't let me
die.
die. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Oh shit. God damn it, you guys. Friends like you, who needs enemies? Whew. So someone just got 1,000 gold. Okay.
Ballsy, Vinny. Get it? Ballsy.
Hey.
I'll hear their screams.
What item should I get next?
Onward. Yes.
Oh yeah, let's get one of these, and we'll see after that.
Go. A step ahead. Gold for steel. Fresh meat. Coin for me. I move my I go.
Incoming Pudge.
I cut a path. Not a whisper. With quickness.
I would try, but he's OP.
Okay.
So
Yes.
You never know. You never know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't even want to hear it. Hear me out.
Oh, he's fucking dead
Oh,
now.
that's a mistake.
Shut up.
Last hit. Last.
What? What?
I'm gonna buy Blink Dagger.
That disarm.
Silent running.
Yeah, I was like, the only way he gets out of this is fucking that, and he did it.
Nope, I'm going carry techies.
Oh fuck! Pudge's one hit.
Pudge OP hero. Go to 2.
Pudge best hero.
At three more item slots, guys. What should I buy?
Yeah.
Oh, he canceled his dismember! Oh, you fed him! Wow.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
That Pudge is gonna kill us all.
It's okay, I'm gonna take you.
I hear the call once more.
You get a pike? Well, if I respected them and I wanted to kite them, I might get that too.
Okay, well, you can know that if you want.
They should get a pike so they can kite me.
Say it.
Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Take care of this thing, right?
Silently. I
can get the intelligence talent. Daedalus.
Hey, guys.
You
Kill the
know,
Pudge?
Daedalus doesn't amplify your glaives, right?
Oh no, let's just, yeah, let's
Should've just lured him here.
yeah, sorry, I wasn't thinking. You should have told me to lure him over there.
Oh.
I'm coming mid to kill all of them.
Silence.
Lulu's dead.
Gotcha. Kill him! Kill him!
Oh, I will.
Come fast.
Spinning blade. Smoke weed every day. I wouldn't hear of it. Silently.
Oh. Is he a ward here?
This. Shush.
Sidestep.
Silently.
Okay.
Onward.
I'm coming to fight these guys. Gonna kill them all. Global.
Silent runner.
Oh Jesus.
Oh my god. Global fucking silent.
What?
Shit.
Labagoon snow. Spinning blade stumbled. Desire. Yes. I make my move. A step ahead. With quickness. Shut it.
Oh boy.
Not a whisper.
Man, I'm scary, dude.
Attack. I cut a path.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I want to buy Orchid.
Yes.
No, 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 no.
I go.
Maybe I do.
There's sentries here.
Yes.
Lulu, bait yourself.
Okay.
Silently. Not a whisper. Monster kill. I go.
Oh, I have enough of my orchid now. You know, like, it's just like last game, you know, I'm like,
Yes.
you know, sometimes you guys ask me like, am I playing Turbo? No, I'm not even playing Turbo.
You down.
That's the difference between MMR, I guess.
Silent running.
Oh, I can't TP bottom yet, but now I can right here. They think they're safe. Oh, BB, you're so fucking annoying, but
I made my mind.
I think BB's trying to TP around here. Should be somewhere around here.
Onward.
Oh man.
Yes. Step ahead. Shut your mouth. Orchid malevolence. Yes. Step ahead.
Holy shit!
Ah, shit.
Oh shit. You're 10 kills.
Oh man.
A noob.
Oh,
Feeder.
no, I suck dick.
The enemy's middle tower.
I don't know. I don't know if I pressed all my buttons right. Oh god. I probably didn't. There's too many of them. Wait, do I have more kills than everyone in the game put together? So that's 17 plus 6 plus 10. Oh, almost as much as everyone put together.
No, there goes Magnus.
Ruh-roh. So we still have like 2 item slots. BKB. No, eggs. The eggs doesn't count as an item slot. Ooh, that's so cool, dude. So maybe we go BKB.
Under attack.
Maybe even Lincoln. No, Link. I don't know about Lincoln's, dude. Well, Lincoln's sucks against this guy, but it's good against all the other ones.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You want to fight bottom, Slark? Can we get one more?
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Holy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's the other guy? Stop this guy from doing his thing.
Not a whisper.
Come on, Lulu, where's your basher? No, basher.
I can stop it with
Forget
this.
assassinate.
I'll.
It's not time yet. I only want to hear it. Oh! I cut a path. Be still. With quickness.
I'm here to cast.
Hear me out.
God, this feels great playing Silencer this powerful.
Silently.
Nah, I'm gonna buy I'm gonna buy BKB first.
Silent running. Step ahead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. I cut a path.
What is our Slarkity Slark doing there?
With quickness,
Live things?
I go.
That was interesting.
I make my move. Yes. Not a whisper.
Clutch coming.
Yes. Silently.
Where the hell?
Nope, he's here.
Where's the
Here.
fat ass?
My mind just blew up.
How's this guy not like silenced? How did he like? I cast the last word on him, but he's not silenced. I don't understand.
Yes.
Somebody explain that to me. Did he?
I live.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'll come back mid in a sec.
I live.
I make my move. I'm under attack. Not a whisper.
Your middle tower is under
Mine
attack.
goes to me.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I cut a path. I'm not ready.
Radiant structures are falling.
Ah, okay. Yeah, punch.
Holy shit!
Oh shit.
Oh my god! But seriously, I cast last word on Pudge earlier, and then he dismembered me,
Your
right?
middle tower
That
is
happened,
under
didn't it?
attack.
Did that happen? It happened, right, guys? Are we gonna blow up those bombs?
It's not enough to do anything. I don't.
Let's see, you are level 15, so those would be level 2 remote mines. So that's 450 times 4. 1800.
Which is around 1200 damage with reduction.
1800. It'd be 1350 or something like that.
Oh, by the way, last word doesn't stop channeling spells.
I'll take that.
Just saying.
What?
It'll silence them, but it will not stop the channeling.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, that's frustrating.
Your top tower is under attack.
Silence the next spell. Oh, that's why I assume that, like, okay, so when they start casting something, then they get silenced, so he shouldn't be able to dismember me, right? So that's, I guess, the wrong assumption.
My blades will run red. As the blades fly. Silent rush. I'm under attack. I go. Not yet. Any last. Not yet. I'm not ready. Yes. Ah! Fresh meat. Shut it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how can I get out of that situation?
Creep feeder.
Oh my god, fucking fudge.
I had to Raj. You know what? I might actually need some armor. Maybe I need some armor. I was gonna get Lincoln's, but maybe we just go Shiva's. Shiva's makes sense. Shiva's eggs.
Oh my god, they have vision here.
Are you sure it wasn't just Pudge standing on top of the hill?
Might be.
Satanic. He could. AC.
Yeah, essentially.
Why would AC be better? Well, I mean, I do get attack speed of AC, so that is kind of cool. But I don't get the intelligence. Well, I have enough intelligence at the same time. Focus Pudge. So Gita, let me make sure I understand this correctly. In a team fight, rather than aiming for the Shadow Shaman, or the Crystal Maiden, or the Pangolier, you would aim for the Pudge?
Smoke weed every day.
Anyways, I'm gonna think about my item build, because it's fine.
I'll cut you down. A step ahead.
Good night, Rija. Satanic? Satanic's also a good option.
Quickness. Silent running. I go. Fresh meat. Yes.
Hey, Varun, you're still here.
Silently.
No.
Can we kill mid?
Spinning blade.
Fucking disarm, dude.
Psalms is virtue.
Oh god.
Yet.
Oh man,
Myself think.
this bitch is so annoying. God damn it. Well, it's nice to see you back, Varun. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go Satanic, guys. Fuck armor. Fuck armor.
Your
We'll
middle
go Satanic, and then
Yeah.
get rid of the hand Midas. No. I want more HP. I don't want the disable.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I want to fight through all their shit. Does he have 6-second dismember? Okay, he doesn't.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Nullifier? I mean, that's one solution. Oh! Wow! Nullifier is one solution to one problem, but I'm not sure it's the biggest problem. Yeah, I would like just a bit more survivability, so I think I get Satanic. And, I mean, if I get Satanic, I kind of... Actually, no, I would still do more damage to myself because I don't life leech from Blaze of Wisdom. So, I don't know. Whatever, we just buy these two items. I'm gonna go Satanic. I already bought the items.
Finally, I return. Not a whisper.
Punches around there.
Onward.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Mortality. Yes,
Your bottom tower is under
Like
attack.
life leech a bit.
I cut a path.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shut it. Silent running.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Can we get ready to defend bottom?
With quickness.
Yeah, I'm dead. I can't.
Slark, will you come?
I go. Animal! Yes.
Don't leave me.
Oh shit!
Fucking Albert. Holy shit.
Oh shit.
Fucking bad.
Man, Pudge, dude. Pudge is just so powerful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Stop
Blue,
the
buy back, please, and stop this guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hit him, hit him! You have Satanic on, why you run?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Assassinate! Assassinate! Oh my god. Assassinate stops channeling for future references.
Yeah.
Pudge just seems so powerful as hero, huh? $6,500 HP, Jesus. Oh, they smoked. So they're running at one of you two, probably you. So they're gonna be at you in a few seconds. Hi, Huddy.
My glaives will answer this disrespect. Attack! I make my move. Not a whisper.
Okay, Pudge is bottom. Good. Oof.
Shush. Yes. Coin for me.
Double damage.
Onward. Shut up.
Pudge is somewhere around here.
Silently.
Guys, I'm not gonna get Hex.
Silent running. Gold for
If
steel.
I can get about 30 mines, I can kill both.
Yes. Onward.
What the fuck is going on? Is it fake?
I cut a path.
Well, that makes more sense.
Just coming bottom.
As the blades fly.
And Satanic U. I mean, Midas U. Satanic. Eggs next.
A step ahead. Not a whisper.
He has no defensive item.
With quickness.
Should be easy kill.
I go. I move my move.
He's not gonna
Holy
be able
shit,
to push
holy
this,
shit, holy shit.
Lulu. Just go farm.
Fight bottom, get ready to fight bottom. Sniper, run at them. Sniper IO, please.
Yes. Behold!
Fight. Jesus Christ.
Keep chasing,
Lulu,
keep chasing.
You do that much damage.
Assassinate! Assassinate!
I go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Catch this.
Your top tower has fallen.
Silent running. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can someone save me? Okay, thanks.
I did
I
save you.
make my move.
Go, Lulu.
Chase, 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 chase!
Oh, I did all my damage in it.
Any last words? Silent.
Holy shit. This Pudge is really good, dude.
Object living.
Let's just get here.
Wow.
Look, a spare raven.
Wow, look at this guy, man. Look at him. Look at this. That's amazing. He doesn't have much mana, though.
Lava good slaughter.
He doesn't really need mana. He just walks at you.
That's amazing. That's actually amazing. That hero is amazing.
I know, Pudge.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
2,000 damage in 12.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Pudge is TPing to kill you, Slurk.
Pudge is coming back.
Oh man, what a fucking scary ass hero.
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your
Maybe I should have
middle
got Nullifier. I don't know,
tower has
guys. Not gonna lie, I don't know.
fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Okay.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Silently. I go.
I'll take that.
I strike. A step ahead. With quickness.
God, why did I buy Satanic? It feels like it kind of sucks dick on this hero.
Your top
Why did I
tower
listen to you
is under
guys?
attack. Your
Not a
top shrine
whisper.
is under attack.
Yes. Yes. Catch this. Silent.
No, maybe I just changed the way I play this game. Rather than fight heroes, I just try to keep rat.
Spinning blade. Silent running. Silently. Gotcha! Yes. I'm paid for your silence. As the blades fly.
Can we kill this guy? Here, kill BB.
Yes.
Good job.
Not a whisper.
They have no creeps.
I don't even want to hear it.
I just somewhere here. Oh, never mind. He took.
A step ahead. Time to pull.
Okay. Oh shit.
Illusion.
You're gonna go. Are you gonna be back there again, Io? Never mind.
Yes, 3 seconds.
I go.
Oh, nice.
Silently.
Attack the illusion, you fucking shit.
Fallen to the radiant.
Fucking down.
Ah, there we go. Jesus.
Yes.
Sark, you want cheese?
Yes. I go.
Care. I don't have global right now.
I go. Silently.
Aghanim's Blessing is so expensive. Jesus.
With quickness.
Yeah, you take the cheese, Io.
Yes. Onward. Yes. Coin for me. I make my move. Silence is
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I strike. Silence
Your
running.
bottom shrine is under attack.
Not a whisper.
Do I even really need this Andamitis? Yeah, maybe I do.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Why don't you keep the cheese?
Go.
You know what? You get keep the cheese and heal
Yeah,
something.
Mr. Healer.
I cut a path. A step ahead.
Here, Slark.
Finally.
Oh shit, dude.
Holy shit.
I go.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Attack.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Ooh, shit. There's a pudge.
Yeah.
He's blowing my mind.
With quickness.
Sure, Slark.
Silently.
This bristle's real.
Hear me out.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Shut it!
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Get ready to fight.
I'm under attack.
Ah, punch hurt.
I
Your
strike.
top tower is under attack.
Punch does not hurt.
Shrapnel and assassinate, please. Oh, there. Oh, Jesus. Never mind, you're too far.
お前はもう死んでいる。
Silently. Silent running. Yes. Yes.
Whew, Jesus. This game is actually really hard. I thought it would be really easy, considering my beginning. Fight, 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 Io.
Yes.
Go, go.
I'm not ready.
Diag.
Okay, there we go. Oh man, what a hard game, dude.
Hear me out.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Whisper. I'm under attack. Spinning blade.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks.
Oh man, Jesus. Woo! GG, hope you guys enjoyed the game.
Easy game.
Yeah. Easy.
No problem. Punch balanced hero. Go to 2.
Alright. Oh, I did 90,000 damage. Ooh. Good job, Vinny. If you want to watch the replay of this match,
Punched it almost
Here.
as much as you. Jesus.
save this number. Positive you need to.
I felt pretty underfarmed that game. The whole game.
Really?
Yeah. No joke. Actually underfarmed.
I think you were on par with their most farmed core.
Right.
Yeah.
Another, like, I noticed a bit too late that, like, Shadow Shaman and Crystal Maiden were just food. But on the other hand, they kind of were not visible a lot of the time, so I don't know.
Alright, yeah, I'll accept you. You're,
Could have played that better.
not GX, right? Not GX. I don't see any not GX here. Right? No, I don't see any friend requests, dude. Nope. Don't see nobody. No, I don't see anyone named Not Jarek's trying to add me. Your physical damage wasn't even bad for Satanic, right? Because of the int? Yeah, I mean, Satanic was okay. It was okay. It wasn't as terrible as I said it was. But yeah, most of the silencer's damage comes from his Glaives of Wisdom, and you can't crit that. And someone suggested Daedalus, and I don't think it was a good idea. You cannot crit with Daedalus using the Glaives of Wisdom damage, and you also do not life leech from Glaives of Wisdom. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'm not 100%, but I'm like 90% sure. Go to silencer. Let's have a look at the Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. See, Glaives, Wisdom, blah 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 blah. Yeah, the bonus damage is dealt in a separate damage instance and counts as spell damage. This means it's not affected or considered by anything that works with attack damage. That also means that it fully works with spell damage, amplification, and spell lifesteal. Yeah, you basically can't crit it and you can't life leech from it. Daedalus is Bab though, and I don't know how to spell. I see that. Yeah, so using this information, Octarine Core kind of makes sense, kind of. But let's just actually, absorb this information and see if it actually makes sense. Spell damage, amplification, spell lifesteal. So I mean, if I buy Octarine Core, then that's what, 25%. Where is he? Octarine Core. So I would get 25%. And last game, how much intelligence did I have? I guess it's kind of hard to tell, huh?
The glaives will silence you.
So I stole 182 plus my items plus my stats. Yeah, I don't really know how much life leech it would be if you had Octarine Core. Why did I not buy Hex? That's a good question. I think Hex is not a bad item. Hex just doesn't help me survive, especially when I'm fighting 4 of them. You know what I mean?
Your turn.
I mean, you could definitely buy a Hex and make it work. I just chose not to. I was really scared of the Shadow Shaman and the Pudge. And I mean, you could Hex them before they eat you or shackle you, but what if you don't? You know what I mean? I mean, it just changes how you play. Hex is a good item choice too. I just didn't want to buy it that time around.
Come on, Lulu.
10 seconds remaining.
And also, like, let's say that they use Blade Mail. Let's say that I fight them, right? And they use Blade Mail, and then I Hex them. I still can't hit them, right?
I wanted another, what do you call it? Enemy Pudge 50.
I know, it's fun. Lifestealer Raid Pudge.
Speaking of enemy Pudge and raid boss,
Your turn.
maybe I'll practice my Timber Saw.
Wow, look at those greedy picks.
Your turn.
What lane are you gonna go with that Timber Saw?
I have no idea.
Okay.
You can play whatever you like.
This is
I'm
the
perfectly fine as a core bounty too.
10 seconds remaining.
right-click Timber Saw build.
Am I still playing?
He doesn't have right-click talent anymore,
5
so
seconds remaining.
I believe that's not really. Yeah, he used to have like what was it, plus 100 damage right-click talent, but they actually just got rid of it. Right-click Timber Saw. Oh my goodness.
I mean, he's got a chainsaw. It makes sense, right?
You know, I'm kind of feeling some else here. I kind of want to do thousands of damage.
Do it.
I'm gonna have to go Midas so I can get that 25 damage talent early.
I feel like honestly, Legion doesn't need that to get level 25. The XP talent's enough, and you just kill people. I think Midas is like the #1 worst item on LC.
Okay.
You get so much more value out of something like Armlet for the same price.
Well, Armlet is the best item after Magic Wand, I think. Apparently. I don't know, guys, but I have this giant cartoon that says
Your turn
this.
to pick.
Is PL any
I think
good
I'm
here?
warmed up
Turn
enough.
to
Let's
pick.
try it.
Sorry, Magnus, do you mind repeating what you just said?
I said I think I'm warmed up enough for this. Let's try it.
Okie dokie.
10
I'm
seconds remaining.
expecting some Rampage Tinker plays. Wait, Elsene to Dazzle? Ugh. Elsene to Terrorblade? Ugh.
Just kill them before they get the spells off. Easy.
Ah, good idea. I'll dual Dazzle.
Yeah. And if Terrorblade swaps house with Dazzle, then you just kill Dazzle twice. Shouldn't be hard.
Alright, gotcha. Yeah, no, Troll
easy
fucks me
game.
too if he uses all the... It's actually a terrible LC game. But I don't care.
This axe isn't even good, so they have nothing to catch Tinker.
No punch makes games
Oh,
boring.
they swapped.
Oh shit. I'm scared now.
What is that? Fuck.
Well, he did random
No,
the
still.
Terrorblade.
Ah,
Still, like, this is like such a good Tinker game. This is easy.
agreed. 90 and 42 as a Slitch? Wow.
The only thing they can do is call. That's it.
Legion Commander.
Oh man, look at all this mid stuff
Prepare for
for
battle.
mid heroes. What a
Immediately.
good team.
Payday. This one is in the bag.
If you insist.
My winning
Yeah, where's your duel, Legion? Well, come on.
Oh,
Minute
my
zero.
bad. I would have
First
duel if I had
blood duel,
Midas.
Let's go.
On it. Yes.
Oh baby, I want to poke this axe. Got your gold.
30
He didn't have.
seconds to battle.
He didn't have any gold. Got his gold again.
Cash cow.
Easily.
Oh, you guys.
The battle begins.
Go,
Close
go,
it in.
go,
Oh my
Lulu.
God.
If
Nice,
they
well
want
played.
war,
No,
then we shall
Yeah,
give
4
it to
seconds.
them.
Can somebody turn it off there, Mike?
I'll turn mine off.
Okay.
Yes.
oh, Enchantress took it.
Fuck it.
Deploying. Take the field.
Troll, Tinker. All right. Let's fucking win.
Absolutely. Not for you. Tactical. Such a
Attack!
smart move.
To battle!
Or do you want to war?
On my way!
No, I don't care for. Put it wherever you like.
Strategy.
Yes.
You should run. You should not fight.
Aye. Without a doubt.
I don't get
Flanking.
Repositioning.
Actually, I mean,
Plan comes together. On it.
I have
To the vanguard.
access missing. Oh, she's there.
No, he's hiding and healing.
Yes.
I missed the 4-man shield.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, oh god, I wish you had just a little bit more mana.
Yes. On it. Smart move. Reposition.
What's wrong with you, Dazzle?
Yes. Flanking.
Is my chat broken, guys? You guys haven't said anything in a while.
Let's. Sound strategy.
Hi, Johan.
You are so slow, Rubik.
Oh my god.
Engaging.
Drank one of
Broken?
my
Ah, I got it.
charges.
You're on Cull screen?
Cha!
What does that mean?
Oh, thanks though.
You will fall. Closing in.
Dude, those hero bombs do so much damage!
Without a doubt. On my way.
God, dude. This looks so fucking familiar.
Don't bother, she's gonna heal it all.
God damn it, someone.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Rubik, are you coming top?
To the vanguard.
Wait, I need some items. Two items.
On it. Immediately.
5 minutes.
Runes.
Tactical.
Oh shit.
This
Enchantress got it.
absolutely.
Thanks.
Take the field. Yes.
You dead?
Yes.
Well, that works.
Fall.
Couldn't cast it in time.
Smart move.
Yeah, I was done with that.
Without a doubt.
You think you can nuke her?
Take the field.
Actually, yeah.
Yes.
Ah, fucking.
Tactical.
They have a sentry here.
I'll do it.
Sound strategy. Easily. Deploying. Attack!
Why does Lulu mostly play Lich? She likes Lich.
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
To battle! Infuriates. I'm under attack! You will fall!
Oh shit, you're alive.
Thrust.
Yep.
Repositioning. Aye.
No, Johan,
I'm going to go back.
On it.
no, your question, your answer is legit.
Oh shit.
Flanking.
I'm fine, they can't see me. I think the ward is somewhere like right here.
I'll come back with this.
Orders received. Yes. On it.
I'll come.
For top shrine?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bounty rune here as well.
Oh shit.
On my way. Aye. Immediately.
Smart money.
Smart move.
Get back, get back, get back. She wasted her heal.
Yes. Deploying. Sound strategy.
What an annoying fucking lane.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Engaging.
Pretty sure we can kill him.
If you wish.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's not time yet.
No, I need your nuke.
Yes.
Coming.
Not yet.
Oh.
Oh, he's got Dazzle. He's got the
Got him.
Shallow Grave.
Jesus.
I was like, yeah, I can fucking rearm.
Aye.
Just keep her there.
18 seconds for a fucking...
Attack? Really? 18?
No, I just made up a number. It's more like 3 seconds.
Oh, almost. He doesn't have a calling.
I'm so dead.
Oh no! My fucking misclick. That was my kill. Man.
Nothing beats the friend. I have you. Take the field.
What's going on mid?
Yes.
I can't do shit to her. Just keep her
Oh,
busy.
I think I was
To
wrong.
battle. Not yet. A promotion. Tactical.
Don't waste your time
Ah.
if she heals. At least her heals.
Yield. Engaging.
Dire structures are
Axe
fortified.
is gone from lane.
Charge.
And Champ probably got our bounty runes.
It's not time yet. Warm up. Bring it on. I'm
Your
not
middle tower
ready.
is under attack.
Absolutely. Not
Fucking
yet. On it.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower is falling.
On my way. Sword and sword. Yes. It's not time. Reposition. It's not time.
Going back.
miss.
Let's kill him.
Without a doubt. It's not time yet. To the vanguard.
He's dead.
Yep.
Flanking. On it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rearming.
I got no mana.
You will fall.
I'll duel in like 5 seconds, I guess.
Gonna wait for it.
Not time yet.
Nah.
Out of mana.
Orders received.
Wait. Let me do it. Alright, there we go.
Come back soon. Put up that finger, my fucking hair.
Absolutely no mana.
How good? I'm like maybe full HP in like 3 seconds.
I'm not ready! Not yet! Yes. Not yet!
Oh, you fucking missed. Dude, this hero's just so exciting, don't you think?
Yes? On it.
Really?
Next round's on me. On it.
Yeah, no mana.
Closing in. Defense go.
No, please! Yes!
Got it.
Got it.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Got it.
What the fuck?
Oh, here comes the Lich. Pew 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 pew. Woo. Wow. That hero's almost
There's
good.
a sentry somewhere around.
This is great. Holy fuck. What a good game.
I am not so easily put down. Absolutely. On my way.
Coming for that regen.
Without a doubt.
Kill, 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 kill.
Should be dead. There you
Nice.
go. Well played. I'm going back for Blink Dagger.
Take the
Level 2
field.
rearm. Let's go. And Blink Dagger. Nice tracks.
It's not time yet.
Level 2.
Turn the table.
Nice. Hold him.
Deploying.
Regen.
Down.
Good job, guys.
Well played.
Axe doesn't have blink, does he? No, no, not even close. Damn.
Smart move.
He's pretty close.
Oh, you did.
For the day.
Overwhelming odds. They'll never know what hit them.
Ah, oh god.
Tactical. Repositioning. Another down. Flanking.
Terribly struggling.
Good.
Oh.
Let's kill him.
He seems to know.
Deploying. If you
I have vision here, dude.
In here.
Yo, I'm let me leave
Crack him.
actually.
sound strategy.
I'll cancel TP.
Whoops, my bad.
Link
Okay,
that
that's fine. There you
Never
go.
mind.
without a doubt.
Fucking lazy. It's not like I didn't see it. I just fucking cleaned his solution for some reason.
On
Oh,
my
structures
way.
are fortified.
I was gonna save stun, but I was afraid he was gonna stun.
Absolutely. Smart move. Now's the time. Here to dance.
Going mid.
Nice.
Let's kill. Keep killing.
Okay.
Yes.
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
Damn, godlike.
You will fall.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Not yet. Immediately.
Whoa, 150 gold a minute. Oh. Okay, I'll take it. Gun mid.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, fucking shit. Holy shit.
Oh, back soon.
We did.
Bells you.
No, that was a big one charge.
Holy, what was ballsy ass fucking Tinker?
I'm fat figuring a lot, but I'm, you know, doing okay.
Someone explained the Rublik joke to me. How's that funny?
Enemy will be destroyed, no matter the cost.
Is it simply because of lick? Is that the reason why it's funny?
On it. Attack! Yes.
Coming back.
Fight me! Overwhelming odds.
No worries.
Yes.
Nice.
Take the field. Closing in.
No explanation for why that's funny? Okay, well, I mean, you might as well just say penis. Just say penis, man.
On it.
Penis! Ah!
The enemy's bottom tower has
I was
That's
putting a tag on.
hilarious.
My fault.
It's not good. Game's for
Penis!
The creep, like.
Yes.
Take it.
I'm under attack.
But I pushed 3 armor instead of Dagon.
Oh, well then, noob.
Yes. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, fuck you, Dazzle. You fucking can't pick me, you fucking piece of shit. I can't be tanking this tower.
I'm
Penis! Vagina! Kill me.
flanking.
Arms for the dead.
Holy fuck.
Stop still. Yes.
Oh. See you later, Dazzle.
Smart move. It's not time yet. Shaw! Engaging. Bring it on! Sound strategy. Yes.
Where are you going?
Tactical. You will fall!
Ooh.
That was a little,
On it.
little sketchy.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I got a dual Dazzle, I think.
Just a little sketchy. Oh, I'm not ready. Alright, whatever. Come back.
Ah, never mind, I'll just do it. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just do it. Oh, that looks like it
Oh,
is
man.
almost worth it.
Fucking Dazzle blue.
Did I get the dual? I don't think I got dual damage for
You
that,
did
right,
not.
guys? Okay.
You did not.
Wah, wah. So, Johan, what have you been up to these days, man? What do you do on a regular week?
We'll give it to them.
You know, once I get Ghost Scepter, I can't do anything. They're all,
Yep.
they have nothing.
Absolutely.
Nah.
Did a triathlon? Holy fuck.
Engaging.
You do triathlons? Damn, dude, you're mostly fit as shit. Damn.
Rips.
Fucking killed him. Holy shit.
On my way. To battle. Not yet. Easily.
Coming.
It's not time yet. Without a doubt.
Well, okay.
There goes Enchantress.
Get back door.
Deploying.
Coming.
Press the attack. I challenge you.
Fucking Dazzle's always fucking around, you fucking piece of shit, Dazzle! You fucking shit!
It's not time yet.
What the hell?
On it.
Oh shit, you got no mana.
Fucking
Sound strategy.
I actually hate that
like
guy
it.
as a person.
I like how they actually show that Troll's
I'm
doing his
not
thing.
ready.
That's nice and useful.
Come on.
Earlier, like when they first released that change, I was like, what? How's he not dying?
Another down.
Yeah,
Take the field.
agreed. No, yeah, it's very mysterious to me.
Closing
Jesus
in.
Christ, your blink scared the crap out of me.
Attack.
You're a runner, but triathlon for a challenge every now and then. Yeah, I'm gonna do a triathlon for a casual challenge too. There you go. Does that answer your question, Andrew Deep?
Yes. Yes. Cha! Heaven's halberd. Rally! Aye.
Little mana bottom.
Deploy.
Ooh, okay.
Flanking.
Fucking illusion. Just get off my dick.
On my way.
This is warded.
You guys walk
Yeah, this-
past a yellow.
On it.
Yeah, Rubik.
To the vanguard.
Oh, look, they're on me again.
Orders received.
That's fucking Dazzle. Fuck you, Dazzle, you fucking shit! You die, you bitch! Die! Yo, I'm too fucking manly for this shit, you fucking bitch! Yo, what?
Not even a contest.
That was nice. I saw that.
Yes.
Oh, that was easy, man.
Hey now.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry. I'll go back to jungling.
Smart move.
Also, I just finished E-Blade, so it's party time.
Ooh.
For sure now.
Make sure you E-blade the guy I'm dueling.
Yeah, I'll E-Blade you.
Oh, great.
Ghost Scepter Legion, best item build for Legion. #1. I saw it in a game once. I was like, wow, this guy's next level.
Absolutely.
That's a great goal. Get the shits you ordered, okay?
It's this one.
What is it?
On my way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fucking Dazzle, fucking bitch. Ruin my duels.
Orders received.
I hope they don't have ward here, because that would be really embarrassing.
This day is not yet won. Yes.
Can we get some people tracked instead their base?
Can you do your job, Johnny?
If I can.
On it.
Nobody's tracked.
What are you talking about?
You too.
There's track right there.
Kill Johnny! Kill Johnny! I got you, Johnny.
Take the field.
See? Tracks everywhere.
Yo, I might just
Even
go
while
back
I'm
in a
dying.
second.
No, let's kill some more.
Want some tool damage?
Repositioning.
Jump in and kill somebody.
Got him.
Track for days.
Wow. Alright, everyone back to jungling. Back to jungling.
The Dazzle ball back.
Oh no!
Oh, okay, yeah,
no.
you're right. Okay,
Oh,
okay,
no.
back into the fountain.
The fucking. Oh no! Thanks, Rubik though.
Oh.
Yes.
Wasn't your job to kill Tinker, you fuck?
Smart move.
You should have body blocked me. Is what you should have.
Yo, I'm trying to buy items. What is this guy doing?
Not letting you buy items.
Oh
obviously.
god, I'm just shopping. Oh boy!
How do
Good
you
job,
see
Johnny.
me?
Wow. Uh-oh, it's the end of you. Unless you just simply teleport out.
Fucking.
Didn't work for me.
Oh, poor Lulu.
Buy back.
This Terrorblade's dead.
Hey Johan, you don't have flat feet, do you? Flat feet?
Fucking deleted. No.
Yeah, you turned him into a ghost and then turned him into an actual.
Yep. Oh yeah, I got enough gold now. I can just get a scepter and then eat it.
Your bottom tower is
Anyone
What
can
a
buy.
fucking concept.
Does your friend with flat feet? How did your friend address your flat feet condition, Johan? And is it severe? The flat feet?
Oh yeah. That's the stuff. Fuck yeah. You actually didn't save my life. Like the
Sound strategy.
you should have aggro changed,
Okay.
but you didn't. You just like walked in there.
Deploying. Yes.
Get in souls? Okay.
Bring it on. Flanking.
Johnny, take it.
What the?
Oh, I will.
Can't run or play basketball? Is he able to run or play basketball after the installs?
The next time we high ground, I've got eggs aura or whatever the fuck eggs fucking.
There you go.
This
So,
should make the passive.
Fucking
Not
track. Yeah, no, I mean like for this. That's what I'm talking about. See, like what I'm trying to say here is do that, and then do that, and then we'll fucking kill all of them.
Flanking.
Well, we got 2 of them.
Oh no!
It's not time yet.
Get him!
Deploying.
Think you're dead?
Yeah.
1600 gold. Damn, son.
Damn! Got like 10x streak.
Did he really just walk into Roche while trapped?
Did he really do that?
Oh, he ulted, but it didn't finish. Oh no, that was Rubik.
I guess he just didn't
Rubik
realize.
ulted. What the fuck?
Get him, Rubik. Yeah, you get him. Yeah.
Yes.
Battle. But it doesn't attack anyone.
He only runs 10 minutes a day. That's so sad. Actually, I have my flat feet is yeah.
Yep, sentry here,
The Knight's denial. I like it.
somewhere here.
Absolutely.
Good
I don't
stuff.
have sentry.
Where's your
No,
moonshot?
I don't care.
Come on. I feel like your dual damage is lacking too.
Yeah, it is. You're
Watch
right.
this. Got him.
Good job on the axe kill. Well played. Nice devil duel.
Yes.
No, misclick.
Kerbelah has ultimate, right? Yeah, there it is.
No, he doesn't anymore.
Okay, thanks.
Well,
Die, Rubik, die!
Third blade all down. Oh, nice!
Take the
What a
field.
fucking
Oh,
bug!
the troll her.
Oh, I should have bought back. Would have been great.
On my way.
No axe though. Let's fucking kill him.
Radiant structures are fortified. To the vanguard. Small victories.
Got him. Alright, everyone back to the jungle.
Your top
Well, I'm gonna
tower
dive
is
fountain
under
for.
Okay, yeah, there's one more kill to be had, right?
It's not time yet. Sound strategy. Press the attack. Fight me!
Fuck!
Alright, everyone back to the jungle.
Without a doubt.
What reconstruction? That sounds terrible, dude.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. You will fall. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Repositioning.
I like how Bluespan just can't stop himself from ending the game. Like he just can't fucking.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I was AFK.
He just can't do it. He can't handle it.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
wow.
Kill this guy.
Overwhelming odds.
Alright. I didn't.
Not yet.
My bad.
Repositioning.
Oh, ward somewhere around here.
Attack! Heal. Yes. Without a doubt. Oh! If you insist.
Ah, boy.
Yes. Charge!
What is a good next item you guys weren't winning?
Axe is coming.
That is a great
Take the
question.
field.
I'm not really I don't know, man. Like hard or satanic, something like that. Because like eventually you just do so much damage that you don't have
Correct.
damage problems, so then you just work on survivability
Yes.
or BKB. Oh yeah, or Moonshard. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Skill troll.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Immediately. On my way.
I gotta heal in a few seconds. No, I'm gonna lose this duel. Oh, okay. Wand.
This enchantress keeps purging me. So I guess actually pretty.
Buyback.
I don't actually know she's purging me.
Smart move. On it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Aye.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Engaging. Tactical.
I need some HP.
Alright, I need more mana.
Not ready.
Nice. Alright, I'm dead.
Qualified.
I saw that axe timer and I'm like, alright, I'm
Closing
dead.
in.
Oh, trash talk.
Canceled, but I could have canceled it. You know,
Oh, you see that? He's calling you an idiot.
Oh, are you gonna take that from him?
I mean, yeah, he's actually right though. He's actually right. Like I saw the timer. I could have just pressed stop and blinked. But I didn't.
Oh, I'm dead. I am probably still dead. Oh god.
No, none for.
Fuck, we lost. We fucking lost. We're gonna lose our second tier 1 tower.
Way to come back, guys.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
What's my next item now that I have almost 1,000 gold,
Your
guys?
middle tower
Oh no, they might get
Satanic?
us. You won.
Johan?
Radiant structures.
Oh fuck.
are
Someone-
fortified.
Oh fuck, my back. I'm defend it.
Your middle tower
Oh
is under
fuck, you got
attack.
double damage.
Lulu healed tower. Come on, Lulu. Heal it.
Okay.
Up in 10 seconds. I think it's 5 long enough. 8 seconds.
Kill him, Lulu. Kill him.
Just
Good
survive.
eggs, huh?
Just survive.
Holy fuck, you fucking soloed him.
One fucking troll.
Wow. Wow, even the brown guys. Bad manner pausing.
Magic trip. Magic trick.
I decided I'm buying hard guys. With butterfly you can fountain farm. I think you can fountain farm with heart.
He thought he got me.
Everyone thought he got you.
I really should patent that.
If I cannot outsmart them, I will
I am
outfight
here
them.
to
Let's travel.
Thanks.
On it. Yes.
There we go. Now we have 4,000 HP. On top of right clicking for 750 damage.
Orders received.
The enemy's middle
He's a
barracks
Lincoln.
has fallen. The enemy's middle
Take the
barracks
field.
has fallen.
There's Dazzle. Give me Dazzle.
The
Where's the
enemy's
Dazzle?
middle tower has fallen.
Oh
Dazzle
fuck, I
got in
double
there.
clicked Blink, dude. Oops. Alright, I'm just gonna walk in there.
Dire structures are falling.
I tank. I don't want to tank anymore. I don't want to tank.
To the vanguard.
I gotcha.
Thank God.
Oh, he's on a.
Report creeps. Report creeps. Ah, what a good game. What a fantastic fucking.
Someone was asking why I play Lich. That's why I play Lich.
Yeah, Lich. That's was that Ags too? Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
That had to be Ags versus like
Yeah.
mid
Yeah.
versus Troll.
GG,
That was
guys.
so good.
Well, I am actually done for today. Thank you guys for playing with me today.
Yeah.
All right, good game.
GG's. I'm gonna be talking with the stream chat for a little bit, so I will talk to you guys later. Okay.
All right.
See you soon, guys.
See ya.
Hello, stream. Does anyone have any more questions or comments before I go? Give me some comments. GG Jaden, GG Nazmul. Oh, long time no see. That dad's got Lincolns. Yeah, I didn't even know he had Lincolns. I would use my halberd on him before I used duel for sure. So if the game had gone on, I would just use halberd. Hello, Fees. Whew! It's almost 1 p.m. over here, guys. What pro team that you want to join? That is an excellent question, Unknown Chicken, and I have 2 answers for you. So I mean, like, if hypothetically, if I actually had the skill, I would want to play against. Play on Team EG. Because they're a North American team. But the truth is, since I'm a 5K player, the moment I joined any of these top tier teams, I would just actually throw the game and make them all lose. So I actually wouldn't want to join their team. But if I had the skill, I would want to be on Team EG. Hey there, sorry I'm late. That's okay, Vinit. I forgive you. That's okay. Glad you like the game, Jason. How dare he, right? Yo, Owen. Just ending the stream, buddy. How's your day going? Why you didn't finish the game earlier? I wanted to get dual damage and play and you know. Yeah. You know, play some PvP. Playing what position? Like, what position would would I be in if I were on a pro team? That's a great question, because I kind of like to play a lot of things. Like, I like to play support. Sometimes I like to play carry. But if I had to choose one, I think I would probably play position 4. Like, position 4, I think is probably the most fun position in the game. Because so if you're playing like mid and safe lane, right? You have to spend like more than 30 minutes right clicking creeps, and that's so boring to me. And if you're position 5, you don't really get any items and you can't make as much of an impact because you have to do so much with so little. Whereas position 4 is a very interesting middle ground. With position 4, you run around ganking people, trying to protect your cores. Sometimes you stack a little bit, but it's non-stop action, and you don't have to really focus on your farm. Yeah, position 4 is the funnest. Gotta tell you guys. What's my rank right now, Flower? It is around rank 1,500. So it's a slow road to top 500. Yeah, sorry about that, Owen. You're welcome, Vinit. I agree. How about Chinese team, Blue? Which one would you choose? Like, if I had to choose a Chinese team to join, which one would I choose? Is Newbie considered a Chinese team still? It was originally a Chinese team, but then it became like a Southeast Asian team, and now it even has some like NA teams at some point. Now, I wouldn't really join a Chinese team because my Chinese is not good enough to communicate with those guys. Yeah, it would be a whole lot of miscommunication, you know, and yeah, I don't think I could handle it. Whereas I think like a team like Newbie, they're a little bit of a Chinese team, but I think they probably speak English to each other, so it makes more sense. Does that answer your question, Jason? You too, Owen. You have a great day as well, bud. Yeah, do me a favor, guys. Hit that like button for me. Today was a pretty good day of games. Let's see what happened. Oh yeah, we started out with a game of Tiny. I actually went, I don't think I even had brown boots. I straight up went Shadow Blade. Yeah, these are my items. It's Stout Shield, Majestic Quelling Blade, Shadow Blade at 8 minutes. And then I just ran around ganking bitches. That was kind of fun. Used eggs for the first time, didn't really understand how it works. And then we tried to have some more fun. I played Dagon Bloodseeker. We basically got fucking stomped because, let's see, Nick's bought Dagon, Luna's caster build, even Ricky bought Dagon. Earthshaker played well though. This is a smart guy right here. Yeah, no, I was actually Bloodseeker jungle. Yeah, they started building pipes in BKB and we got stomped. And then Abaddon. Abaddon was a really good game. Although I spent the first 20 minutes just straight up farming, just nothing but farming. I went back and forth between mid and jungle, and that's all I did for 20 minutes. It was pretty boring, but after you get Radiance and you get Blink Dagger or something like that, it's really fun. Have you ever encountered any pro TI players in your ranks so far? Yeah, many, Spooderman. I think a better question for you to ask me would be, which players haven't I played with? Because I played with a lot of like really super famous players. When you get to like close to 6K, you actually just start to see like top 100 players all the time in your games. So I have played in like, you know, with people such as like Arteezy, Miracle, Fly, Crit, S4, Eternal Envy, Universe, Puppy, Dendy. So a lot of these super, yeah, I think I played with Moon Meander as well. So a lot of these super big names, I have played with them before. QO, Febby, yeah, you know, a lot of these big players. You're welcome, Jason. Wish we won the Shaker game. Yeah, unfortunately, we couldn't. Have I played against Bluespan? Maybe I have. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching stream. Hope you guys had fun today. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be very close to 8 AM Pacific time, okay? Have a great day, great night, guys. See you soon.